All right, welcome back, folks. Day 31. As per usual, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Naka desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, let's review. We kind of pushed our luck yesterday, I suppose. We completed Unit 1. And Unit 1 was still like the second half of each unit are reviews. So let's try to remember what we got in Unit 2. Remember some things. Let's start with the obvious one that comes to mind. So we're introduced to some new kanji. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to write them yet. So let's review what they were. There's Nanji. Mainly just this part. None. I was informed that it's a truncation of Nani. That will be interesting. Unfortunately, one unfortunate thing is no kanji. So in this place, no kanji. It kind of looks, if I had to guess, it kind of looks like that might be two strokes. Something like that. So you go down here, down here, down here. Before you close off, you don't close off. Kind of looks like that, if I had to guess. This stroke down here might be the last one, so it might be something like... I don't know. Maybe it's something like that. We'll have to look into it once we get our other ones. The other kanji is part of Shinbun? Whoa. Okay. And it's mainly this part. And it looks kind of cool. I'm just gonna draw like a nebulous blob of it. In my mind's eye, it looks like a P and a flip P, right? And then two boxes here. So, again, not formally done yet. So, Shinbun. Shinbun. And this one is a shared kanji. I think it was this one. So this kanji, right? We'll see. That's my recollection so far. And one more. We have the Tabemasu. Mainly this one, or it might be these two. I'm not actually quite sure right now. It's this one. It kind of looks... Okay, now I'm going to use my spatial thing again, where kind of looks like a house, right? But it has this really characteristic curve down here. Some lines in here. So, something like that. That's what I recall. That's my general consensus when I haven't written any of these characters yet. And that's about it. I might have slightly been teased on Nomimasu. This one specifically. Although, since it's only been teased, I really didn't take too big of a note. It kind of looked like there was like a watchtower kind of deal going, and then something here. So no point of reference at the moment. And then we do the one that I had a lot of fun, right? Raishu, like Raishu and Maishu. Raishu, Maishu. So Rai, right? And then Shu, and then my shoe. Which are next week and every week. Yo. What is it? Kyo wa dou desu ka? Yes. It's pretty good. How do you say good? How do you say good? I'm really close on Nomu. Oh, that's kind of funny because all I did was squiggle. Yeah, so I don't know if you do this trick, Indy. A lot of times when people draw things, right? When I ask someone, did you ever consider drawing? And they would come back and say, oh, I just suck at drawing. Like, I don't want to draw. I can't. It's very hard for me to replicate what I see in my mind, you know, like that apprehension, the insecurity. Generally, though, I feel those individuals who have that mindset would be really surprised if you just wiggled your pen around. So, like, if you think of an apple, right? I generally give them a common object and just use your, encourage them to move their mind and like look at their, just imagine it in your head. And if you wiggle it around, right? You'd be surprised how close you can be just with like filling in like this, right? And that's kind of what I do in my head. Whenever I see some shape and I can't see the shape, sometimes both picturing it in your head and moving it with your hand and then scribbling it onto a piece of paper can make like some memories very salient. Oh, it's mostly that? Oh, I see. So it's actually even a slimmer thing. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that part. Oh, so it's scrunch and then the side has something with a smaller thing. Yeah. Ah, okay. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. So anyways, that's kind of the technique I'm using. Like this, like I haven't drawn drawn this, and this is what I think Shinbun looks like. The just the general shape is what this is. We're gonna get to that eventually. And then there's Raishu and Maishu. What else we got? Oh, we got Ashita, of course. Ashita. Tomorrow, Indy. Tomorrow. Ashita. Tomorrow. I'm sorry. I know you shared. Now I'm just gonna poke at you the whole time. See, here's what I'm doing, alright? Here's what I'm doing. The next time you think Ashita is yesterday, you're just gonna hear my voice say, tomorrow, Indy. It's tomorrow. Alright? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. You ran out. You ran out, okay? If you think of Ashita, you're gonna think tomorrow, and you're gonna say tomorrow, and you're gonna know we ran out in Fujonese. That's how it goes. Group learning going on, yeah. How are you today, by the way? How was your day so far? And then I think that's about it. Oh, I got some clarification. I did some digging because my English is pretty pep, right? Describing my English has been pretty pep. So I actually went back and looked at the flowchart for tenses. So generally English, has past, present, future subset, right? And then they have I guess to align with Japanese terminology that I've seen. It's plain, continuous, and oh no, there's one more. I still call it perfect. I'll just still use perfect. And yesterday, our since we're toggling between we're toggling between present and future because Japanese has non-past, right? Non-past versus past, which is what I've noticed so far, the pattern. Because if you lack context, you can say it as though it's in the future or in the present with context, right? And in English, you separate them. You have helping verbs that distinguish between present and future, right? However, in Japanese, this is the first time today because of raishu, maishu, and ashita has come to fruition, where you can provide context so you can distinguish between present and future as part of the non-past. And when we were having a discussion, my discussion was that I often think of the future already, and that's the plain. So there's evidence of will do something. However, Duolingo is actually bouncing between two. They're bouncing between am going to do, which is continuous sometimes, and or will have done, which is the future perfect. So it's kind of like bouncing a little between these two primarily, but sometimes it's almost implying will have done, like as in there's no chance you're not going to do it tomorrow, right? You're going to do it tomorrow, as in no matter what, that's the plan, it's going to get done tomorrow kind of thing. And it's bouncing between all of these, which I don't think it's that particularly important when it comes to communicating Japanese. Although in English, sometimes. I think most of the time we rely on distinguishing between continuous and then contrasting it with the past perfect. This one. I have done something. Right? I have done swimming, or something that is intrinsically have done in the past permanently. So that's kind of the two that are contrasty, and the other ones not so much. So right now we're bouncing between will do and going to do, inferring that it is a continuous process. Like, I have been doing it and I'm going to continue doing it. And I think continuous, this word continuous, is also associated with the word progressive. That's why I was getting a little confused, because I've used progressive. You mean for mas? No, I mean for oh well, yeah, quote mas, quote unquote mas. I just so you know, Indy, I do know all the other forms now. it's okay, but for now, the only forms we know is mas and masen, which is present tense, or actually, which is non-pass, and then it's being used in present and future. Well, not masen yet, but I imagine you could just use. And I already know you can, so it's fine. And I actually think using keigo, or I forgot what the other term Lotus talked about, using keigo as a starting point is I'm an advocate for using Keigo, when now I know. It goes without saying, when someone tells me about certain things, I spend my evening doing other things. So it didn't take me too long. It took me about 2 hours to learn all the verb groups, and all their conjugation stems and roots and their usage. This is what I mean by I try not to do this, but man, old habits die hard. So no worries. I mean, speaking and reading is a whole different story, but knowing the rules, I mean, yeah. Now I have some context, some framework of making commentary on conjugations. For now, though, it's mas and masen. Mas and masen. I'm very good at remembering things. I'm very good at abstraction. So, have I done the masen exercises? I have. The only masen exercise, well, actually, not all of them. They introduce arimasen in the station, the traveling stuff. So bathroom, like not having a bathroom, not having ATM at a station. So they introduce arimasen along with arimasu to contrast the pattern, right? So that's their only time when they exposed it. Yeah, there are those exercises. However, they haven't gone through, like, we haven't gone to pass or anything. It's actually coming up where they contrast. I'm inferring all of this now since I've already took a leap forward in grammar. So that's going to be the big disclaimer for, I don't know, when we get past section 2. What I did was out of academic curiosity. It is so much easier for me to pick up rules than to experience something raw, right? Video games are just like that. I prefer a video game with hundreds of rules versus a video game that requires me to use trial and error. So that's what happened. So now, you know, I know 3 verb groups, the 3 verb groups predominantly. You have your te form, nai form, ta form. maybe 14 or 15 so root words, or what they call them plain words, I guess. Some 15 or so plain words. I was trying to find the ones I already have, and the only one they really showed up was eat, drink, have, which is here, do, what else? Yeah, pretty much these, which is what Duolingo starts with. So it's pretty classic. Interestingly enough, I didn't find hang and going out, so that's still kind of a surprise when I see it again. Anyways, that's to review what happened yesterday, I suppose. So a little bit of a spoiler, but you know. Arimas is more to be or exist, but that's an argument just like des. Yes, exactly. Indeed. I would say you can cleverly use both with enough context, like in order to distinguish between to be and exist, in my opinion. There are clever ways, I would think. It's kind of like English. If you provide enough context, you can sway it between to be or to exist. I don't know if that's how Japanese people do it. Generally speaking, in English, if something is ambiguous, you provide enough context for it to be less ambiguous, right? I don't know if that's how it works. I would cleverly try to do that, though. The difference is des is it exists. Yeah, it exists. So here's the thing, right? And hello, Toby. One thing I would say is when it comes to specialized vocabulary, you know how a lot of times when you think of arimasu is something inanimate exists. That's fair. I got that impression too. I got that impression because arimasu has not been used in the context of something that is sentient, right? Like arimasu ototo, or like ototo arimasu, right? Like they haven't placed it in the context of a family member or a person that you could use. Like ani o ani arimasu. Anyways, yeah, no context yet. Of course, it's would be foolish to assume that something that's not being paired means that it doesn't exist, right? That kind of thing. It's kind of like the existential crisis. If a tree fell in the forest and no one was there to hear it, does it make a sound? Well, right now there are a lot of possibilities and a lot of exclusions that are still there. It's inherent that you want to use and talk about the things you can confirm and do not confirm things you do not see, which in this case, your introduction of saying it does not describe anything, it's often describing something that is inanimate, that is accurate. It arimasen and arimasu, or aru is have only been used for inanimate objects so far. And since they didn't use family members, which was already introduced in section 1, I imagine that it's likely that it wasn't gonna apply to them. Yeah. Use cases. I was gonna say something else that was gonna be kind of interesting, but now I've forgotten it. So it must not be that interesting. Alright, I guess we're just gonna move on with our lesson. Was it a interest? No, I don't have any. It'll probably come back to me. Alright, so today we're gonna try to unlock the last 2 kanji before we do kanji practice. The last 2 kanji before kanji practice. Okay. Oh, I should have done practice first. I only have 2 hearts. That's fine. Okay, so they're reintroducing again. Okay. Ashita. Ashita karate o shimasu. I'm going to do karate tomorrow.
明日新しい本を買います。
Ashita Oh yeah, right. Atarashi is the kanji I've written. Oh, that makes sense. Why Atarashi is kanji in front of Shinbun. Yeah. Atarashi, so whoops. Ashita atarashi hon o kaimasu. Okay. I'm going to buy new books tomorrow.
明日新しいゲームをします。
明日新しいゲームをします。I do like that they're doing the one displacer. I actually think, in contrast to whoops, I dislike when this thing does that. In contrast to younger people, I do feel that to make salient pattern recognition, I like that they do the whole like A, B, C, D, and what they do is A, B, delta, C, D, or A, delta, B, C, D, and continue to do this, right? And delta, A, like what it does is it makes the whole adult process a little bit more accessible. Although kids learn pretty well like this, I actually think kids learn more aggressively. So like if you have A, B, C, D, the next condition could be like A, B, E, delta D. So it's a lot faster in my opinion. So I do feel if you change too much in the order of things for adults, too much depth. There's too much depth. So it oftentimes when the older you get, you might get led astray, right? You might read too much. Not that it's not quite great for learning patterns, but it's great for getting meaning, like learning a lot of meaning behind it. Generally though, that's what adults find interesting, intellectually interesting, versus the agnosium of looking at what changed and just focusing on what changed and what didn't, what's different, and leave it at that. Basically taking a catalog of what is different and what is the same, and stopping there, just literally stopping there. They're able to catalog many more changes and stuff, as opposed to an adult. I feel taking smaller steps progressively it helps with the interference that comes. And what I do, which Duolingo does not do, I get it. Some people like the whole to add a layer for Duolingo for adults, like Duolingo for adults maybe. The idea is you Duo can use like notifications, like different forms of notifications, and say, hey, did you notice that A shifted here? Like A changed from this situation and C changed from this situation, right? And with those notifications, they could still present ideas like this, where they change into an E and change the element of D with notifications. And that usually offsets that whole mindset, like, oh man, so much has changed. And then the adult mind would then do a lot of inferences, tons of inferences, and maybe sometimes even assumptions, right? Not even presumptions, like inferences and assumptions. And that can lead someone to developing patterns that they didn't know they're developing. And that's fair enough. So in my opinion, the slow pace of things, if you're an older person, you probably genuinely enjoy this. It's what I mean by that is it's relaxing and it's at the pace of an older person. And for me, I'm feeling kind of fatigued these days. So I kind of enjoy that all they do is, if you're looking, if you know, why did I say A, B, and C? This is A, this part is B, this part is C, and this part is D. So the difference between this one and the last one was a delta C, right? Geimu was swapped out for karate, right? Or karate was swapped out for geimu. That's how I visualize it in my head. Other people have other ways of clustering, but I cluster all the time. That's how I see patterns. I don't usually take time. If I'm focusing on pattern recognition, I don't take time to see what's in the pattern yet. So there is a sacrifice where, oh, I don't remember where, if the word was atarashi or not. The idea is the structure, the pattern is there. So I can plug and chug a categorical amount of things. That will be important in the future when I start to speak and like have a conversation with someone. I'm already categorically figuring out what all my A's, all my B's, all my C's, and all my D's are. So when times come to construct sentences, even if I can't express the exact idea that I have, I can at least say something that is interesting. And what I mean by that is a little side note for digression. Oftentimes people think, in my opinion, this is out of the box thinking here, casual conversation for a learner has to be coherent. Right here, in between here, there's a leap of logic, in my opinion, or more like a hustle step that most people leap over. They assume that a casual conversation has a leap into coherence. So what I mean by that is it has to make sense. So yes, for those who can make the leap right away, they would focus on things that tie together or make sense. In between here is about being expressive. And expressive is inwardly focused. Okay? When you inwardly express things, you become more coherent over time. So in the future, in my opinion, my next step would be to express ideas that I can express, not focus on the coherent nature of back and forth conversation. If you can't express yourself, you cannot enter coherence with another person. That's kind of like saying someone who learned a lot of languages, right? Languages, and failing to communicate. You can learn a lot of languages, but you can still fail to communicate. And communication involves, surprise, surprise, emotional intelligence. So even at the highest level, you develop emotional intelligence by first being expressive inwardly. So like how to express what's inside you first, right? So if you make that your goal, in my opinion, if you encourage that to be your goal, then you will have the practice to eventually become coherent with other people. So as a kid, what do you do first? You express everything you pick up, right? Like, mama, food, right? Dada, food. Or I'm hungry. Always asking questions from your perspective. You don't ask how they feel. You express how I feel, right? So that's kind of the idea. Most people just skip over this. And it works. There's a lot of growing pains, I would say. Lots of growing pains. The transition doesn't have to be filled with growing pains. And that's what I'm doing now. So I'm expressively making incoherent things coherent as I can. And that exercise leads to speaking coherent, in my opinion, for an adult. You have to learn again how to learn. So smaller steps, people. For myself, I could see myself making this leap. I'm not going to this time around. I usually make this leap when I'm playing video games or something that isn't close to a life skill, which language is kind of a life skill, right? It integrates a lot of life skills like communication. So generally I'm going to take it a bit slower. Not slower in terms of progress, but slower in terms of more steps. Ultimately, one may presume that things that take more steps take more time. They're just, a lot of times they're different, not that one is slower than the other. If you go through a 10-step program versus a 3-step program, you might enter that leap of logic that the 3-step program is faster. Not that you're thinking to yourself, well, hold on. Well, the 3-step could take long, like each step takes 2 hours, and then if the 10-step, each step took 10 minutes, then the 10-step one is slower by 20 minutes, right? Yes, but are you going to think about that emotionally? Oftentimes when you present a program to someone that has 5 steps versus 20 steps, they will likely choose the one with the less steps. That's emotional intelligence, to get someone to learn something. So all of these things, in my opinion, are incredibly important to language learning. You got to understand yourself and how you encourage others to learn, for sure. Personally, I would say, as a bit of a humble brag, I suppose, I don't necessarily think I have too much difficulty encouraging people to find the things I do interesting. So if I can expressively do that, then naturally those individuals will decide to learn and invest on their own of their own volition, as opposed to directly educating them. I don't mind directly educating people. It's been a long time though, since I've been in an environment where people go to see me to learn something. I rarely have done that in the last 5 or 6 years. Anyways, just a fun little side digression. Ashita, wait, what am I going with? Ashita atarashi geimu o shimasu. Wait, video game game video game tomorrow. Alright, I'm going to play video games tomorrow. Am I getting grammar checked? No. Oh, I am. Heckin' articles, I swear. Ah.
来週ゲームをしますか
Heckin' articles, dude. Heckin' articles. Articles aren't adjectives, you little butthead, Indy. Let's just drop all the articles in English. Wait, now that I think about it, functionally, nah, I do like articles. In English, I use articles in a very necessary way, in my opinion, for self-expression. So, yeah, you can't throw away articles. I would argue conservatively that a large majority of people do not pragmatically use articles for expression. I do though, especially in speech. Like, oh, that's the bus stop. Oh, that's the bus stop. Oh, that's just a video game. Okay, fair enough. Right. Articles have a form of expression that I would say sometimes people use, usually in a really aggressive way. So yeah, can't ditch the articles in English. the difference between that is just a video game versus that is the video game is so big that you can't just drop articles in speech and writing. I wonder how Japanese do that. How do you? Oh yeah, I guess you could use like you could use ga. Sometimes ga can do it. Like you can remove passiveness a little bit. I don't have any other examples where you can re-emphasize on like distribute weight between the subject and the topic. No, I'm not. That's you're reading too literal, Indy. We're not talking about the literal word. We're talking about shifting weight in context. So like we're not talking about articles. We're not talking about literal articles, like shifting weight. So ga does shift weight sometimes. And sometimes you can add, I guess I can think of 1 or 2 examples where you can shift the weight onto a topic as opposed to the object. Like they have clever ways of saying, oh, this is where you pay attention to. It's not about Ken. It's about Ken being a student, right? Like being a student as opposed to Ken. And oftentimes articles help with drawing attention to something. It's not just a student, it's the student. Yeah, oh, they do? Okay. All right. All right. Is stuff like Niha. Interesting. Niha. Well, I look forward to it. I do like emphasizing stuff. So if there's anything like English where you can shift weight anywhere in the sentence, that's fantastic. We're drawing more attention to the place. I see. I see. Nice. 来週ゲームをしますか? The right shoe, guys. The right shoe. Have you put on your right shoe when you go into the new day? Are you going to play video games next week? I'm checking for articles. This time, video games is plural, so no articles required. And here's another thing, right? When people think of articles, they don't necessarily think of the fake article as well. And here's what I mean by fake article. Are you going to play some video games? Because video games is often used with an S, right? In this particular example. So in this case, are you going to play video games? You could actually say, are you going to play some video game next week? Versus just the generic video games. Are you going to play those video games? Which I guess you can technically say in Japanese. Are you going to play those video games? Or these video games? And often, are you going to play video games next week? I'm one not to be so ambiguous. That's just me though. I'm pretty sure most people are fine with saying, are you going to play video games? Actually, real talk here. A slight meta is, are you going to game next week? Is there a phrase like that in Japanese? Are you going to game next week? Gamin', you know? That'd be interesting. The whole idea of turning nouns into verbs, right? I wonder how popular that is in Japanese. You could make that sense? Oh, interesting. Is it a different word to game? I'm not talking about shimas, right? We're not talking about shimu or shimai. Actually, what's the shiru? Yeah, shiru, probably. Geimu. Oh, you did pull a shimas. Come on. That's not the same thing. You pep? It's a shiru? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a shiru. But come on, without the O? Oh, without the O. Oh. True. Geimu, yeah, geimu shimasu. That's closer. I feel you on that one, Indy. I feel you on that one. Is there any way to... Can you chop off kana to make something more efficient too? Like yesterday you told me about nan, right? Nan or you and Fictitious were talking about nan. Can you do that with like gaming? I don't know. I don't have a good example right now. However, like a word like instead of saying going, you know, like going, just lop off, lop off more of the kana or something, and truncate them even further. People do that too. I don't know which word you can chop. I think that's where you get into generational slang. Fair enough. Well, it is generational slang, right? Even gaming is generational slang. Yeah, we are definitely getting into generational slang, and not just thinking about Japanese, but also English, right? Are you going? But are you gonna or going to play video games now? Right? Or are you gonna or are you going to game next week? Okay, let's check. Geimu o shimasu ka? Okay. Sure. 来週ゲームをしますか? Let's check for everything. I think we're good.
来週バレーボールをしますか?
Oh yeah, I forgot about バレーボール I was so distracted by バレーボール.
来週バレーボールをしますか? 来週バレーボールをしますか? 来週バレーボールをしますか?
来週バレーボールをしますか? バレーボールをしますか? バレーボールをしますか? Okay.
明日新しい漫画を買います。
明日新しい漫画を買います。Okay. I'm going to buy new manga tomorrow. We are a testis. We are a testis for science, right? They'll take both plural and singular manga. Since manga is an adopted word, a lot of times adopted nouns are both plural and singular in English. So, like anime is both plural and singular. So I'm going to buy a new manga tomorrow. It's so fun doing like back and forth between the adoptions. Article check. Yep, I'm spending more time translating than actually reading Japanese phrases now. Or sentences. That's good, that's fine. Contractions, gotta be familiar with contractions. I just used I don't. Generally speaking, I rarely see written contractions. As to why, oftentimes formal and professional writing highly discourages contractions. It's too casual, so to speak, which can be very relatable to Japanese speakers. Not creative writing. Creative writing is an exception. Of course, you can be as free verse as you like. Oftentimes, actually, writing in the casual form allows one to feel like the reading is less formal, right? So creative writing may actually lean in on using contractions sometimes.
来週中どうしますか?
I heard 来週 something do. No, wait.
来週中どうしますか？来週中どうしますか？
Why is this thing all together?
シャワーを浴びます。
Wow. Okay, we didn't get this
シャ
yet.
ワーを浴びます。
Shh. No spoilers. Shower. Oh. Abimas. Cover it up. No spoilers. Okay.
来週
judo. Ah, that's right. Judo, right.
来週柔道をしますか？柔道
Judo. Oh. Imaska.
しますか？
That is an interesting verb. I bet it is. Now, how about you go back in your closet so that you don't spoil what that interesting verb is?
来週柔道をしますか？
来週新しいテレビを買います。
I'm sure it's gonna come up soon, right? Oh, and I am a fan of what they're doing now, where they're bringing back interchangeable, I guess I'll call them C elements. It doesn't really matter what order it is. I generally generically do like A, B, C, right? And then D. And I really like that they're also constantly bringing back, like these are legacy B's and legacy C's, right? And then they introduce delta A's. This is a delta A, and this is a legacy. I think instead of using this notation, I know this is getting really confusing, but I would call this B naught, C naught, and D naught. Sorry for people who don't like letter notations, but generally I adopted this more from logical systems. I had a really wonderful elective in college with someone who taught logical systems. So now I just come up with my own shorthand way of reminding myself, like, this is the delta A, B naught, C naught, or D naught as a point of reference. Actually, I would probably not even use naught. I would probably use a notation to remind myself where and what unit this came from. That kind of thing. Shorthand. Okay, 来週新しいテレビを買います。Buying a new television. Says me never. Just saying. I've have transitioned beyond the life of having a television beyond my monitors. Unless they're referring, they can't possibly. What's the Japanese word for monitor? As in a computer monitor as opposed to a television. I imagine they're different, right? I would be surprised sometimes. It's a worthy question in this day and age due to generational gaps. Since we talked about how phones are now synonymous with smartphones and what have you. However, if there's a generational gap, the phone might not necessarily mean the current contemporary use of the phone. Just curious, trying to get an idea of how well the Japanese language ages with contemporary use. It isn't taught by Duolingo, so you don't know. Oh, no computer monitor. Interesting. Yeah. Those words, I mean, it's still you can still say it's a television monitor, like in the fullest sense of the word monitor, right? However, nowadays those words are used to separate, partition between what is a television screen and a PC display. Pretty sure it's just okay. You're talking about the whole thing, but it's gamen. Gamen. If you're just talking about the display or the screen or whatever. Oh, interesting. Nice. I wait. Monitai. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, that's cute. I like it. Well, there you go. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm actually kind of gamen. The katakana really, yeah, really is nice. Gamen. Doesn't I'm trying to think if it sounds like something. All right. I'm going to buy a new I keep saying that. I don't say I'm too much. I am going to buy a new TV next week. All right. Let's make sure we got our attributive adjective. TV is there. A proper article. We got our timing. Our conjugated verb. And then our contraction with our helping verb. There's too many tiny little words everywhere.
来週新しい服を買います。
It's more laborious now to translate than just to read the Japanese phrase. Okay. 来週新しい服を買います。So, let's make sure I'm going to buy new clothes. This is another interesting one too. Clothes? Like, how do you pronounce Indie? Give me your thing. And and definitely you're also welcome, Bob. How do you pronounce clothes? This is a good one. Now this English is borked. Clothes? Yeah, this anybody who learns English as a second language, you have my sympathies for this one. Clothes, I genuinely have no idea how to circumnavigate mentally how this works. For clothes. And also the singular and pluralness of clothes. It's almost exclusively used in the plural sense, right? Outside of clothing, which I use clothing, right? And you have to explain that too. Clothing, in essence, is still plural, but at the same time, it's of a singular entity, right? It's a singular grouped entity. Clothing, as opposed to clothes. Yeah, man. Sorry. I mean, I didn't. Obviously, I'm not taking responsibility for doing the English writing language, but I'm sorry, people who have to use this phrase. Oh, and also like pants, right? Actually, in general, a lot of article of clothing in English, it's like, what? Like, so can you say pant? No, you can't say pant. Or like, you can say pant very cleverly and humorously. However, it would be, it's kind of like when we learned all the articles of clothing, right? Like different articles of clothing, like, it comes off as awkward when you have, kutsu, right? Kutsu, kutsu. It was like, okay. I found my, did someone see my single shoe? Right? That's okay. It's okay. I'm going to buy a shoe. It's weird. I don't know. And the pronunciation of clothes, I don't understand. It's one of those, like when you're thinking of Japanese and say, oh yeah, this is an irregular verb. Just have to remember it. And here it's more like, yeah, sorry, clothes. Not to be confused with clothes. I closed the clothing store. Or I close, the store closes before I could buy some clothes. Anyways, I'm going to buy new clothes. It's cool because later you'll actually only use the word for Western clothes. Oh, neat. I see. Neat. As in like the katakana? Like instead of going with fuku, it's gonna be like, I don't know, some other thing. No, it'll be in kanji, so it's no longer just fuku. Oh, okay, fair enough. Nice. I like that. I like that. I'm going to buy new clothes next week. Look at you spoiling everything. You're such a tease, Indy. Okay, let's do article check. All right, implicit, new clothes, right? Implicit plural. Yeah, it looks like it's an implicit plural. Because I don't think I've ever heard anyone say, I'm going to buy a new clothes. I could see that though. I could definitely see that from the other perspective. I know I'm smiling and laughing about it, but I can definitely see someone in the reverse role. Right, I'm going to buy a new clothes and be wondering if clothes is plural or singular. Right? And that's, man, mutual respect.
明日新しいスマホを買います。
I'm learning so much about what I can do differently when I'm talking about English to someone who has a different writing system. Not specifically Japanese. I don't really have someone who is ESL and speaks Japanese, right? So that opportunity is not there. However, it's getting me to really explore how to explain. I know some people say, oh yeah, the grammar translation thing binds you, right? It binds you. If you want to truly be fluent in a language, eventually you have to leave the shackles of the translation, right? For me, it's really serving as a wonderful tool in understanding as close as possible, because I can never be a Japanese person learning English for the first time. However, it's kind of a nice bridge to observe all these differences, or maybe even lack of bridging. It's helping me appreciate how many gaps of understanding I have in teaching English if I were to teach English, right? Hey Tommy, what's up? Konbawa. Genki desu ka? Let's see. Yeah, lots of gaps in my English. So if I were to teach English, right? If I were to teach English, say I wanted to go to Japan to teach English, doing this in a grammar translational model kinda helps a lot. Obviously, ultimately, way down the line, I want to use Japanese Duolingo to learn English, to really get into the idea of what is it that English looks like from the other side. As much as I can. Obviously, you can't unlearn English to have another go at it. Maku-san wa in do fuka. Wait. Oh, coin raka ga arimasu ka? Sorry. Why are you asking me? Why? Wait. Why? Wait. Are you? That's funny. Okay, you can go back in your storage locker. It's fine. If you're asking for where my, if you're asking if I have a coin locker, yeah, I have a coin locker for you to go in. Indy's already in the coin locker. I mean, the storage locker. Sorry. Indy's already halfway inside the storage locker. Just spent the whole day storing, spoiling everything. Yes, I should really start drawing some emotes, like some emotes with a coin locker and stuffing people inside a coin locker or storage locker. Okay, real talk though. I'm so used to saying coin locker and thinking about a storage locker. I played so many Like a Dragon games now. It's not a those lockers used to be operated by coins too, but now they have keys and different ways, like even key cards and whatnot. But when I think of a coin locker, I actually do literally think of a storage locker. And it's not just a Japanese thing. Like when you go to theme parks and stuff, way back in the day, some of them were operated either by a coin with timers, and like now they have like digital displays with swiping cards and what have you. So generally, I still think when I say coin locker, I am literally thinking of a storage locker. However, Duolingo chooses to use storage locker. And coin locker, when I see coin locker, I actually do think of a storage locker. It's kind of funny. It's like saying telephone and you think of a smartphone, right? Sorry, spring is rolling around and my allergies intensify as spring rolls around. Imagine being a spring baby born with allergies, with seasonal allergies in the spring, right? Okay. 明日新しいsmartphone. We gotta switch back. Okay. 明日新しいスマホを買います. You can always rely on kana, right? I love the idea that if I just get tripped up, just use your kana. Kana is what? Kana is bei? No. And kanji. Like just being able to read kanji, the ones that are familiar, right? And if all else fails, rely on your kana. Anyways, I'm going to buy a new smartphone. Ashita. I'm going to kaimasu a new smartphone. Ashita. Eventually, we're gonna get to less Glish, more Japan, right? More Japan, less Glish. When we're translating. I'm going to buy a new smartphone. Okay. Article check. Attributor Attributor form. Check. Attributive. Neat. Time. Part of the topic. Right. Yes.
来週ケンさんとゲームをします。
What are you learning right now, Tommy? I know you followed me on Duo, and I saw lots of courses on yours. Do you still how often do you still use Duo? A lot of different courses registered to your thing, your account. 来週ケンさんとゲームをします。I'm going to I'm telling you now, guys. I'm warning you. The moment I learn the verb for store or put away or like, you know, to place somewhere, I'm going to say I'm going to store insert subject into a coin locker. I mean, into a storage locker. Immediately, that will be a phrase. Just wait. I do not know the verb for to store something yet or to put away. I'm going to play video game. Video games with Ken. Raishu. Next week. Article check. No need for articles. Video games. Yeah. Is it Ken-san? Person check. I've made a mistake yesterday where I confused Naomi with Hana because I didn't care about who it was. I just picked the first name. Gotta read with intent.
明日ナオミさんとテニスをします。
The word for store is weird if you remember correctly, but maybe that's just me and they fixed it. Oh, so we do get the word for store. What a tease. Alright. Ashita Hana. Oh, see, I just immediately chose Hana-san. I clearly like Hana more than Naomi. I'm sorry, Naomi. Ashita Naomi-san to... Oh, tennis. Yeah, tennis o shimasu. I am going to... I'm gonna say I am every single time, and it's gonna bite me later. I think that's gonna happen. I'm going to play tennis with Naomi tomorrow. You know what? I think it's perfectly fine if they have keyboard entry for English ones too, and then have English phrases be more fluid, right? More dynamic, in order to encourage people to see what they really interpret from these phrases. I don't know, that's just me. You don't do Duolingo as your primary learning tool? Okay. I started a lot of languages to see how they are. Fair enough. Yeah, because you brought up Bushu, right? Bushu for Japanese so far. Although doing a lot of courses wouldn't suggest to me if it was primary or not primary. So fair enough. I wouldn't consider that as a question that I would infer if you're using Duo as a primary tool. I was just simply asking if you still use Duo, and I guess the answer is yes and a no. I'm going to play tennis with Naomi tomorrow. Let's do article check. Okay. All right.
花さん、明日ヨガをしますか？
Oh, there's Hana. Ashita yoga o shimasu ka? Are you going to do, and I just missed one, are you going to do yoga tomorrow? You're usually using it when you're bored and having nothing better to do. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Nothing better to do, huh? Anna, are you going to do yoga tomorrow? Alright, let's do article check. Fine. Sure. Okay.
明日山口さんと柔道をします。
明日山口さんと柔道をします。Okay. Means Yamaguchi. Oh, whoops. I'm going to do judo with Miss Yamaguchi. Just heard what I wrote. I guess it implies that what you're doing is not that special, but that wasn't my intent. Oh, that's interesting. I actually, wow, you got me defeated there. I wasn't thinking of it that way either. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Okay. All right. We're gonna have to let's talk about this just a wee bit. We haven't known each other for a very long time, so that's so interesting. Thank you. I feel what you said was very compassionate, and it took me by surprise. So I actually wasn't thinking that, but it took me by surprise. Do people do, my question here is, now I'm reading into it, sorry. So your concern here was, do people tell you a lot of times that it's not that important? Or like, do you get the impression that people down, like, not that special? Right, what I mean is, are you often exposed to the idea that people downplay other people's things? Like, people downplay? Because I actually wasn't thinking of that at all. So it's very surprising. It's also very kind. I like, it's a very kind word. I'll share with you my thoughts. I didn't think it was my place to talk about it. I was gonna ask you how often you were bored. And when you're bored and you have nothing better to do, I'm curious, I was gonna ask you if you feel like the nothing better to do's are still productive. The reason why I'm saying we haven't known each other for a long time is most of the time I'm thinking about you, about the person's well-being. I rarely think about how the person is implying about myself. So I was going to ask you if you had time, which a lot of times this can be when we're not familiar with each other. I didn't want to ask you these things. Or like, how often are you bored, right? How often are you bored? And if nothing better to do is still a productive and positive thing. Oftentimes when you have nothing better to do and then you do something, right? Like use Duo, then what happens to, in my opinion, to the person is it cheapens the experience. Which oftentimes I would encourage that person to try to find something that is better than nothing. You know, that is better than nothing. But that's just me overstepping my boundaries. I'm overstepping because oftentimes I always have something better to do. Or I like to say 99% of the time, I always have something better to do. And that I'm not bored most of the time. It's 90 to 80, 90% of the time I'm not bored and I always have something to do. As bored, I meant that, for example, when I don't listen to Japanese, or I'm not learning kanji or something like that, then I do Duolingo. Yeah, again, that whole cheapening the experience thing, right? Oftentimes I would say, still, quote unquote, learning Japanese can become active, and you are no longer bored, even when you're using Duolingo, for example. Those are my thoughts, by the way. If that's not interesting to you, fair enough, right? So I really appreciate that you were considering if you offended me or like imply anything. Generally, I'm very, I'm very oblivious when something can be offensive. I just don't notice these things very often. It's probably because I'm under practiced. Not that you might be thinking, I write stuff first and then I think, yeah. And to me, I think it's more of meeting a unstoppable force, meeting a unbreakable wall kind of thing. Rarely, I don't practice very often how to be offensive or aggressive, right? And there are times that you want to be aggressive and offensive, like in a confrontation or something. Generally, I avoid confrontation because I'm under practice. So a lot of times I rarely ever think about how something may be offensive to me. And that's also kind of how I grew up, right? So you can call it a defense mechanism, perhaps, or perhaps a coping mechanism as well. But generally speaking, when you grow up always being told that something you're doing is weird and all that stuff, it didn't even come to light that this is really interesting to me because I might have unintentionally made you feel guilty. And if you didn't express that, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. Like the way I responded, now that I think about it, like would have been too ambiguous and it could have made someone feel guilty. So that was not my intent. Sorry. I respond like that all the time when I'm thinking about the other person's well-being. Like nothing better to do. Yeah. Like nothing better to do. My first thought really is, if you were someone I'm acquainted with, right? If I'm acquainted with you in a very casual form, my first inclination is to remove that perspective that you are ever bored. I truly believe people's lives are so precious that the more often you can throw around the word bored, the more I'm motivated to remove boredom from your vocabulary. It's like, life's great. Shouldn't have to be boring in resort. But I get what you mean now. As in, like, if you still want to learn Japanese and you're not wanting to do the other way, you're going to use Duolingo. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Priorities. I'm going to do judo with Miss Yamaguchi. All right, article of clothing. Article, check. Yes. Am I missing random words? No. Okay. And I miss tomorrow. Of course I miss tomorrow.
明日何時にヨガをしますか？
I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, I don't want to give you the idea that I don't think people can't, like, you shouldn't feel bad if you get bored. I don't like the word bored when people describe what they do. As a motivational person, right? Someone who focuses on motivation, oftentimes my first inclination is to slap the boredom out of you. In a very playful, figurative way. You know, slap the boredom out of you. Casual conversations can be incredibly engaging as long as if you're willing to. It can also be very exhausting, and I totally understand. The word that I get people to use, alternative words that I encourage other people to use is, if I want to vibe, I'll just chill with some Duolingo, right? Because it's not your primary tool. So if you wanted to vibe and just chill, that's something that makes you feel comforting, and review all the things that you've known using active learning in other places, it's a reassurance thing. So then it doesn't feel like Duolingo is a cheap experience. It serves a purpose mentally. It helps occupy your time. So that mindset might seem trivial right now, but let's think about doom scrolling on TikTok, right? That becomes an epicenter for negativity, right? I hate that word vibe. My niece uses it constantly. You could say chill. You can chill with some Duolingo, right? Is chill too hipstery for you? Hey, we speak English. Plenty of words out there that doesn't have as much of a stigma. You're fine with chill? Yeah. This is just superficial stuff. It's stuff that people that speak to me privately get used to. Like, they start sounding a lot more positive around other people. And the idea about sounding positive but not really changing the way you feel, you start to be very charismatic and you attract other positive people, right? And that idea, it's a positive feedback loop a lot of time. So when you go, it makes a very noticeable difference in years of your life when you go around and say, yeah, you know, not feeling active learning today. I'm just going to chill and do some reviews, do some flashcards on Anki, as opposed to, yeah, I'm kind of bored, so I'm going to cycle through my flashcards. And when you're around people, oftentimes there's this very human condition feeling where a lot of humans would naturally gravitate towards a person who is technically expressing the same thing. Their vocabulary just happens to be very welcoming. Yeah, it's kind of one of those extra meta level stuff, unless you hate people. That's a whole different story. If you are feeling like stressed out because you don't want to socialize with people, there are places and time when you say, I'm bored, I want to be alone. Leave me alone, right? That's very pragmatic. There's like little things that help me feel like people don't look at me weird, like I'm always miserable. I certainly give that impression. Like, detached misery is what I would describe my younger self. Like, oh, what are you doing? I'm doing homework because I have to. Like, oh, what are you going to do later? I'm going to play video games because I like video games. Like, what are you going to do after that? Probably study. What are you doing? Are you going to do something productive with your life? That's kind of, if I had to voice myself, I wasn't this articulate back then, so I'm trying to make an impersonation of my younger self where it constantly exudes, leave me alone. Even though I don't intend to. I spent most of my childhood trying to blend in and have friends. But when I think about the words I say and the things I say, it's often just not welcoming. Like, oh yeah, how's your day? It's okay. I didn't have any voice inflections. So do you think bored is a negative word? In the way you expressed it, or it has a negative vibe? In the way you expressed it, you were bored and had nothing better to do. Is the context I'm talking about. I could say I'm bored, so I'm gonna hop on to my favorite video game. You see what I mean? Like, I don't want you to feel, at least in my opinion, I'm just saying in my opinion, it might not affect you at all. I'm not trying to gaslight you because we're still strangers. Oftentimes when I tell myself I'm bored, I want to go for a run. I like, so when I'm bored, I get up and I pace around and watch YouTube. That's the bored in me. So when streams goes off, I'm bored, as in I don't want to learn more Japanese. So what am I going to do? I'm going to put in my Google Pixel Buds, go to my favorite YouTube streamer, and when I'm bored, I tell myself, well, if I'm bored, I can be walking. Walking is nice. So I walk around in a circle outside, like in the living room. I just walk around in a circle while watching my YouTube. So what happens is I'm doing other things and it's kind of nice, and bored becomes a positive. So it can be that too. So that's kind of one of those things. Unfortunately, when people say they're bored, it often is emotionally draining. Nowadays, kids like your niece always use the word vibe. Vibe has replaced bored. So like, yeah, I'm just vibing now. Like, are you vibing so hard? My friends and I, the people that I know from through Twitch now we're personal friends. The word so lots of other words are being used, as in, yeah, I'm just peppin'. We use the word pep, and you might hear me every once in a while use the word pep in a different context. Awkwardly enough, or ironically enough, pep usually means to energize, but the term is being used to chill and relax down. So it's kind of awkward and can be misunderstood. Between the guys and me, we use the word pep to pep around, as in just to chill and to vibe, even though English word pep means to liven up. Whatever you can do, right? I don't know if bored is a negative word for you. The nothing better to do thing was what was curious to me. 明日何時にヨガをしますか? Right. What time are you going to do yoga? Tomorrow. Okay. So what error am I making a lot of times? I'm dropping articles and I'm dropping the time, right? Or the frequency part. So let's make sure. So, しますか? Right? Yoga. 何時? 明日. My confidence have shattered as of yesterday, because I got like 4 of them wrong in a row. So we're gonna be a little bit more
明日何時にゲームをしますか?
more vigorous here after having discussions. Okay. 明日何時にゲームをしますか? Right? You going to します ゲーム So 何時しますか? ゲーム明日
ナオミさん、明日何時にヨガをしますか？
Naomi-san, ashita nanji ni yoga o shimasu ka? Okay. Let's not accidentally pick another person's name. Okay. Naomi. Nanji. Time are you going to do yoga tomorrow? Check. I failed
明日
yesterday.
新しいゲームをします。
Okay. How did I mess this one up? Article. This was the first article miss. So, I'm going to play a new video game tomorrow. New check. Article check. Play yes.
明日山口さんと柔道をします。
How did I miss this one? Judo. It's tomorrow. We missed tomorrow, right? I'm going to do yoga with Yamaguchi tomorrow. Don't you dare slide in the wrong place. All right. Check. Judo o shimasu. Right. Yamaguchi-san. Ashita. Ta-da! There's the 31. All right, let's do practice.
ご飯ください。
Really? You're gonna go back that far? Fine.
寿司とご飯。
Oh, wait, why didn't it?
お茶とご飯。
寿司とご飯です。
水ください。
Okay.
お茶とご飯です。
And now we kind of know it's. Oh, you know what? What if we typed in Mitsu o kudasai? Would they take it? Oh, we got to do this for science.
お茶とご飯です。
Oh wait. Only for when the English shows up. When we're translating back to Japanese, right?
お茶とご飯です。
Oh, whoops.
ご飯と
I
水。
missed this.
お茶ください。
Like not this one. This is translation. Whoops. I typed do.
ご
I
飯
typed
とお
do.
茶。
That happens. Rice and oh my
水
gosh.
ご飯。
What? Okay. Oh, here we go. Let's see. I'm very curious. Ocha to sushi wo kudasai. They do take it. Clap. Well done, Duolingo. Well done. There you go, folks. Comprehensive. We can add the O. Nice. I imagine it's only very specific ones, so just the ones where we translate. Right. All right, let's get in the mood. Focus.
お茶とご飯です。お茶ください。
Oh. Just kidding. Some of them do, some of them don't. No, you can't get away. It's a hit or miss. Hit or miss.
ご飯とお茶。
Hit or miss.
お茶ください。
Fair enough. Okay. What do we got now? Which unit? Roku. Okay.
父はエンジニアです。
5、弟はうるさいです。
I don't even read this anymore. All I hear is what she says, and I'm just translating it.
エンジニア。妻はエンジニアです。
I'm gonna make sure not to do that all the time, because then I'd be skipping reading.
妻はエンジニアです。
父と母は有名です。
Yo?
父と母は有名です。
Oh. Wait, what? Wait, we can...
父と母は有名です。
Oh. Just kidding. Just kidding. I don't want to talk about it. Uh-oh. Did I spell this right? Yes. Never mind.
弟は7歳です。
兄はおしゃれです。
Wait. What does that word look like? Oh, shut up.
おしゃれ。
Oh, shut it. Hmm.
"兄はおしゃれです。
Oh, fashionable. Wow. I haven't. Oh man, it's been a while since Oshada. Oshade. Shade. Yume was fine.
5歳ですか？
Oh. Mm.
妻はとてもおしゃれです。
Totemo. I forgot Totemo. Okay. I think it's this. We'll stick with that. No, no, it's not. Oh, my dad. Whoops. I wrote my husband. Whoops. Awkward. I was expecting them to contrast with my wife. Mm.
妻はとてもおしゃれです。妻はとてもおしゃれです。
Okay. So totally forgot the oshare. Okay.
デパート。
はい、駅はここです。
コンビニ。
はい、駅はそこです。
どこ？
Oops. No,
これ
no.
はホテルですか？
大学はそこです。
デパートはどこですか？デパートはどこですか？
Wait, no.
バス停とコンビニ。バス停とコンビニ。
Oh. Hmm. What? What? Wait. Oh, no, wait. That was right. Fine.
Bus バス停とコンビニ。大学とコンビニ。
Okay. Hmm. Okay. One more heart. Let's go.
雑誌雑誌。
よく音楽を聴きますか？
6、
サッカーをしますか？
J-POP 本と雑誌を読みます。
よくテレビを見ますか？
Oh, 見ますか。
田中さんはニュースを聞きます。
Okay. Oops. Article check.
ニュースを読みますか？
Hey. Oh wait. It's
ニュースを読みますか？ニュースを読みますか？
直美さんはテレビを見ます。
いいえ、ロックを聞きます。いいえ、ロックを聞きます。
Oh, it's cute. It's not cool. Okay. Okay. About the car. Okay. Guess we'll find out. Okay.
よくサッカーをしますか？よくサッカーをしますか？
No. Oh. Somehow I hit Han instead of Hon? Dang. Oh, wait. Oh no. Here he is. Hold up. That looks right. It's a lowercase though. We'll see if it takes that. Oh, it does. Okay, cool. It does take a lowercase. Interesting. Okay.
よくテレビを見ますか？よくテレビを見ますか？
いいえ、ロックを聞きます。
What did I do this time? Oh, it's Kiki Mas. Just sworn I heard Kiki Maska.
「いいえ、ロックを聞きます。
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's get back to our lesson. Cute animation.
毎晩10時頃寝ます。
毎晩10時10時頃
寝ます。
寝ます寝ます
寝ます。
寝ます Okay. Alright.
毎晩12時頃寝ます。
毎晩
12
12
時。
時
毎晩12時頃寝ます。
の
頃寝ま。
寝ますす
毎晩12時頃寝ます。
毎晩9時半頃寝ます。
毎晩9時半頃寝ます。Okay. Alright. Sleep around 9時半頃毎晩。
明日兄と遊びます。
Why is this marked with new word? Ashita, Anito, asobimasu. No, asobimasu. Weird. Asobimasu. Ani. Ashita. Hang out, of course, the random preposition of the phrase.
毎晩メールを読みます。
毎晩メール。メール。
メールを読みます。
That's actually a new word, but okay. But I get it. Mail. Interesting. You went with email though. メール。メールを読みます。I read. I'm having trouble. I check. Oh.
メールを読みます。
Oh, read. Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Check emails every night.
毎晩9時頃メールを読みます。
Okay. I heard
毎晩
9時9時
9時
頃
頃
メール
を読みます。毎晩9時頃メールを読みます。毎晩9時頃メールを読みます。
毎日メールを読みます。
Okay. I check emails毎日 every day. Me too. Every day.
9時頃シャワーを浴びます。
9時頃wait.
シャワーを
Shower. Spoiler time? Get back in the closet. Shower. Oh, here it is. Oh. Abimas.
浴びます。
Take. Okay, alright. Take. I see. Why aren't these highlighted as new words? What the heck? Duo's missing out. That's four times now today. And then there was one where it highlights a new because it doesn't mean take.
浴びます。
Interesting. It only means to take a shower? Oh, I see. Take care, Toby. You
浴び
mean
ます。
this whole phrase means to take a shower? It's still new. I don't know what it mean by it doesn't mean that doesn't answer my question because it doesn't mean take. It's still
浴びます。
new.
シャワーを
Is to take a shower? Yeah, but it's still new. So I don't know. Your comment was very untimely. It's still new. But if the spoiler is
浴
that
びます。
it means to take a shower,
シャワーを
yeah, it's still new. It's not labeled as new. And the one time they just recently 3 back, they said new word, none of the words were new. That's so weird. That's such a weird oversight. Anyways. I take a shower around 9 o'clock. Okay. Okay.
Shower.
Shower. Wait.
Shower.
Oh, yeah. Shower. Shower. Shower.
明日母と晩ご飯を食べます。
Oh, there's tabemasu. Formally.
食べます。
明日母と晩ご飯を食べます。It's so hard for me to make out those strokes. We'll get it later though, in the kanji section. I eat dinner with my mom. I'm going to eat dinner with my mom tomorrow. Two.
毎晩シャワーを浴びますか?
I think this is super counterproductive to put in all the like extra words. I prefer to just type it. I think in my opinion, adding the keyboard function for translations is probably a non-negotiable for me at this point.
毎晩シャワーを浴びますか?
毎晩シャワーを浴びますか? Do you take a like this? Do you take it do you take a shower every night? Wait. Yeah.
明日ナオミさんと晩ご飯を食べます。
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times you want to just auto complete a lot of these things. Like 2. Man. There are definitely words that I don't use too regularly. Not this too. Right? There are a lot more descript vocabulary words that circumvents the need to use to all the time. Or with. Or about. At the end. Like hangout. Hangout. Not. Meeting. Meeting. More extravagant words like excursion, adventure, outing. Outing is pretty good. Kind of a mix of both, I suppose. Ashita Hana-san. No, Naomi. Keep going Hana-san over Naomi. Ashita Naomi-san to Ban gohan o tabemasu. Okay. I'm going to eat dinner with Naomi tomorrow. Okay. Not do the same thing again.
明日友達と遊びます.
Ashita. Oh, interesting. Oh, ashita tomodachi. Ashita tomodachi to. Oh. Wait. How did it just... Oh, because of the shifting future tense in future tense using asobimasu. Okay. I'm going to hang out with friends tomorrow.
毎日3時頃メールを読みます。
毎日3時頃メールを読みます。I check emails around 3 o'clock. Make sure I check emails around 3 o'clock every day. 毎日。
明日ケンさんと晩ご飯を食べます。
明日ケンさんと晩ご飯を食べます。I'm going to eat 晩ご飯 with Ken san to ashita. Going to eat dinner. Okay. That checks out. Okay.
8時半にシャワーを浴びます。
8時半にシャワーを浴びます。Okay. I shower. Wait. I guess. Yeah. Okay. So you can express it in that way too. I'm going to take a shower at 3. Oops. 8:30. At 3. I thought they weren't going to accept that. I prefer to say I'm going to. I disagree with this one. But yeah, I take a shower. Fair enough.
10時半頃シャワーを浴びます。
I disagree with that one. That one was one first I probably disagree with. Juji han goro. Oh my gosh. Shower o abimasu. Is there another way to express showering? Or is this like gonna be the whole phrase? Oh, actually, I guess you can drop the O, right? I would say shower abimasu or abi. Ooh. Abiru? There's gotta be a way to shorten this, right? Is this the only purpose? Because you said it's to take a shower, then can you drop the shower? Instead saying juji han goro abimasu. Do you have to say shower? You can't drop the shower because it's a special word. I see. Imagine the special word being a katakana word. That's interesting. What is take a bath? Can you say take?
浴びます。
But take a bath would not use the same take.
浴びます。
It's just like making rice is a special process because how rice is made. Oh man, that is so controversial what I just read there. It is not, but yeah, I see. Ooh, that is pretty controversial right there. Can you drop the O? Wait, does this behave the same way too? It's special to Japanese, Listen, I'm Chinese American, and the process of making rice is not necessarily special. The subjectivity of rice is certainly special. It's kind of like rice is so special because it's called the meal, right? Kind of like, I don't necessarily think that this can be special in a different way, I suppose. They don't necessarily have to use. Hey, H1. So can you still do like the O? Can you still drop the O? Like normal, or is it always this phrase? And then I'm guessing you can conjugate the same way.
浴びます。
But shower, it will always be associated with abimas. It's always that phrase. You mean not even conjugated? So there's no conjugation of shower o abimas? Or you're saying it's always that phrase with all the grammar? It's an expression that you have to memorize? Okay, that did not answer the question. With all the grammar. Okay. Okay, fair enough. What about take a bath? Is it still using the same... Is taking a bath special too? Do you use abimas for bath as well? Now I'm kind of curious. What about going to the bathroom? Taking a shower slash bath.
シャワーを
Oh. Wait. Okay, so bath is a different
Shower.
word, right? Or do they still say shower?
シャワーを
Shower or bath. Also, how about going poop? Oh, it's fuyu. Okay. Wait. Fuyu? Wait, hold up. Fuyu? For bath? Man, of all the terms. Oh, hoodoo. Okay, hoodoo. Okay. Okay, hoodoo. For a moment there. So hoodoo. Sorry, hoodoo. For a moment there, I was gonna say, wait, you take a winter? I was a little confused. I'm like, man, what a way to confuse people. Okay, Hudo. Okay. So you could just replace this with Hudo. I see. Fair enough. And then we have all the grammar stuff. Fair enough. All right. I take a shower I take an older shower, right? That's exactly where we are now. I take an older shower around 10:30. All right. Take a shower around 10:30.
明日何時にケンさんと遊びますか？
明日何時にケンさんと遊びますか? Okay. What time are you going to are you going out with N tomorrow? All right, let's make sure we didn't miss a random 2. What time are you going? Okay, are you going out with Ken tomorrow? I was just going to say, if they are saying what time are you going to go out, that's the other phrase, right? That's the other phrase. This is the going to, actually, Going to hang out. Oh my gosh. Jeez. What time are you going to hang out with Ken tomorrow? Okay. Yeah, alright. Okay. What time are you going to hang out? Going to hang out with Ken. Wait. What time are you going to hang out with Ken tomorrow? I'm having more trouble structuring English words than reading the Japanese at the moment.
明日兄と遊びます。
Asobimas is highlighted. Oh, that's previous mistake. What did I do here? I've got tomorrow. I'm going to hang out with my... Oh no, I missed a 2. I'm going to hang out with my older brother tomorrow. I'm going to hang out with my older brother tomorrow. I
明
swear.
日母と晩ご飯を食べます。
What did I screw up here? Is this the one that I missed tomorrow? Okay, I probably missed tomorrow on this one. I'm going to eat with my mom tomorrow. 明日母と晩ご飯を食べます。Going to eat with my mom tomorrow. Don't see any losses there. I totally forgot dinner. Oh my gosh, I swear. There's just too much excess words
8
to
時半
drag.
にシャワーを浴びます。
Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Just so you know, why I omitted dinner and eat is the common phrasing, in my opinion. The common phrasing is, I'm going to dinner with my mom. Or, I'm going to eat with my mom. Those are the phrases. So it's kind of like the whole, I'm going to judo, I'm going to karate, instead of I'm going to do karate, or I'm going to do judo. So oftentimes I'm going to dinner with my mom. It's a destination and an activity, as opposed to I'm going to eat dinner with my mom. Colloquialism is biting me in the butt right now. I gotta break that colloquialism. Ooh, now you know what? Duolingo might actually get harder for me. For the English side of things, now that I think about it. If the sentences are gonna get weirder, I might actually have trouble. I've missed more English than I've missed Japanese. I've missed 4 English things. I'm pretty sure I've missed 4 English things, not the Japanese side of things. Yikes. Okay. Let's stay vigilant. 8時半にシャワーを浴びます。Okay. Alright. I take a shower at 8:30. And the reason why I missed this is I have the habit of saying that when you announce a time, you're announcing that in the continuous future. The future continuous, progressive future, not in the present tense. Or future present. What? No, this is just present tense. Wait, let's rethink this. I take a shower. Okay. Yes.
明日母と晩ご飯を食べます。
Alright, so I'm going to eat dinner with my mom tomorrow. Okay, Bangohan, check. Tomorrow, going to eat. I swear, I'm just in the habit of when I click on that check, I just think I'm gonna get it wrong now. Fighting more with English colloquialism than actually the Japanese. Man, feels weird, man. Dasai.
ダサい。
Dasai.
このカバンはとても古いです。
Okay, kono, yoku, fuyu, yoko, fuyu ni, Fuyu ni furu o abimasu ka? What the heck is fuyu furo? What does that sound like? Nope. Wait. Nope. The most important question, huh? I have no idea what that question is. Yeah, I got the winter part. But I don't understand the question. Do you often take a bath in the winter? Oh, it's considered in the winter. I see. So ni is using as a... Oh, I see. So the bath in the winter. Why? I lost why that's important. Okay. Okay, kono ga kaban wa totemo furui desu. Oh. I don't want to talk about that last one.
2世
このコートはちょっと。
Okay.
古い。
このコートはダサいです。
スカート。
あの傘は500円です。
Where are my keyboard ones? Below? Ano Asa. I'm umbrella blind, by the way. I always pause on umbrella for whatever reason.
私のスカートは可愛いですか？
Do I often take a bath in the winter? I still gotta think about that. I mean, do you guys take a bath? Often take a bath in the winter? That's a good question. Super. I don't take baths in general. I don't take bath in general.
私のスカートは可愛いですか？私の
Scato?
Wa-
What?
可愛いですね。
Wait.
私のスカートは可愛いですか？
Oh, deska.
ねか私のスカートは可愛いですか？
Oh, that was a keyboard thing. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Right? Oh no. There's a pause. Oh. Oh, it's just a pause. Okay.
400円です。
What? What? Okay. That took a bit. Samui. Samui. Sukiru. Samuris. Iru? No. Nope. Nope. I was trying to see if I could find any pieces together. You do. What verb is that? I'm guessing sugiru. It's an iru. So what verb is that? That verb in the plain form. Kind of looks like it's a plain form verb. What is skiru? Skiru. Do I know what samui is? I don't think I know what samui is either. What does STH plus too much mean? Okay. What does STH mean? Something? That's how people abbreviate something these days? Wow. I actually haven't seen that before. Interesting. Well, actually, is that a linguist thing? I don't really know. I haven't seen STH before. I wrote it's too cold. Sugiru. Oh, it's too cold. Oh, it's too cold. I see. Wait. Hold up. I just realized why you said it's too cold and why it's kind of funny, but hear me out. The way you guys translated it, it's not what you think. Because when you're using inferences, you're asking if you take baths in the winter, not literally in the winter. So it's a turn of phrase. You can actually mean figuratively in the winter, like during the winter. It's a colloquial phrase in which, like, if someone was trying to make sense of it, you don't literally take a bath in the winter. If that's why you're saying no, it's too cold, as in taking a bath in the winter. As if you take a bath in the winter, the bath is still warm. So is that why you guys thought it was funny? Because in Japanese it meant literally in the winter? There's a bit of I'm missing the joke here. That's probably why I didn't get the joke. You think I gotta learn more? Well, I mean, I'm not gonna learn your joke. Or like, I'm not gonna learn how that's funny in English. Because do you often take a bath in the winter has double meanings. No, because Indy mistakenly wrote Fuyu instead of Uro. Yeah, I know. And then he said it was too cold. That's why you wrote the bath thing? I know. But okay. I don't think we're on the same page. I do get why you did that. It's kind of like me bringing up milk every single time, you know, Kyunyun, right? Kyunyun. But what I mean is, I'm talking about his follow-up. If he was following up with the joke, as in, no, it's too cold. And I didn't know if he meant literally in the winter, like taking a bath literally in the winter, or figuratively. Because I would think people still take baths in the winter, even if it's too cold. Reading way too much into this, I suppose. Oh, I haven't typed out necktie. Eesh. Yeah, it would translate to during the winter time. Do you often take baths? Yeah, that's what I thought it would. But man. Wait, who translated it? Okay, who translated it? Was it you too, Indy? Is this your fault? It's all your fault. It's all your fault, Indy. You even translated it as, do you take a bath in the winter? And when I read it, I'm like, I don't understand. How could it be in the winter? The phrase kind of reminded me of during the winter. It's all Indy's fault. I'm done. Hey, Blue. Now it's gonna be very, very hard to forget bath and winter. You're no longer dependable. Listen, I've been dropping 2 like a bad habit right now. Okay. What's up, Blue? A whole month of learning? Yeah, a whole month. Let's see if I can even get necktie. So aoi, okay. Ne Q Maybe neck. Yeah. So. E. Let's see if that looks right. Let's go and look. The answer is no. Oh. Oh, it's actually even... Oh, it doesn't even have a pause. Ne ku ta I. Oh, it's just without the pause. Just necktie. No, necktie. Oh, wait, you can't even... Oh, no, you can't even do the ku. Or... yeah, you can't even do the ku, actually. Just kidding. Just kidding. When who you know to ki? Who you know to ki? Be more accurate to say during the winter? Yeah. Could be, yeah. It would be more specific, but that isn't required to say, yeah. Listen, Indy. Back in the closet you go. Okay. Aoi... Aoi... Aoi necktie. Necktie. Oh. Whoops. Oh no, Aoi necktie. Oh. She. Yes. What did I do differently from this person? Oh, you can use ga. Yeah, you can definitely use ga. Sure, yeah. Emphasis on the necktie. Yeah. Instead of wa. Sure. Fair enough. And they usually use ga. Ga hoshi desu. Fair enough.
この赤いドレスは素敵ですね。
I wasn't paying attention.
この赤いドレスは素敵ですね。
Oh no. I think I heard Akai. Necktie. Hoshi desu.
この赤いドレスは素敵ですね。
Oh, doresu. 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 Dore.
この赤いドレスは素敵ですね。
Oh, steaky desu ne. Oh. Not even close. Oh, I'm curious. Did I have a different thing? No, I didn't. Yes.
この赤いドレスは素敵ですね。 この赤いドレスは素敵ですね。
Okay. Is that store over there cheap? Okay. Let's see. Oh no. Oh no, mise. Oh no. Ano. 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 Mise. Mise. Wa. Yasui. Yasui. Desu ka.
新しいネクタイが欲しいです。
I always like taking baths in winter because the whole bathroom warms up and it's like a sauna. You can get warmed up. Yeah. Low key, guys. Every time I take a shower, it's a cold shower. A room temp to cold shower. Because I usually shower after I run. And yes, both in the winter time and throughout the year. I run in the snow, rain, etc. And usually I'm running in like a single layer most of the time around the year. Also, I live in a northeast part of the United States, so it can range. It ranges from, let's say, -3 degrees Celsius to, at the hottest, sometimes it gets to like 37, 38. Not most of the time though. We're factoring in like heat from the sun and wind and stuff. Okay, itsumo, whatever that is. Those things are. And then another particle. Oh, some sort of verb. Is that? Yes. More verbs. And the predicate. Nailed it.
新しいネクタイが欲しいです。
Okay. ただしはい。Wait, what?
新しいネクタイが欲しいです。
Okay. Okay. この朝はステーキですね。I don't really like this hat. What did I screw up? 帽子。Oh, ちょっと。I messed up ちょっと。は、ちょっと。What did I do? Oh, did I forget something? Oh, I forgot this. Whoops. この帽子はちょっと。Did I type something wrong? Oh, I did type something wrong. Dang it! How am I? Oh my gosh. Did I? What is up with my keyboard? Yo, hold up. Oh no. What? How'd I get ha? Ba. How did I get ba? From bo. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Let's focus.
白い靴と赤い傘。
Shiroi. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Breathe. Breathe.
"白い傘はどこですか?"
What?
白い傘はどこですか?
赤い傘。
私の靴はそこです。私の靴はそこです。
Oh my gosh.
私の靴はそこです。
赤い靴。
Really? A red shoe? Really?
靴と帽子。
これらは私のコートです。
Yeah.
それらは私の白い帽子です。それらは私の白い帽子です。それらは私の白い帽子です。
赤いコートと白いコート。
Okay. I blame everyone.
靴。
Um. Oh, wait. I forgot. I can, Alright, we gotta make sure not to forget that. Okay. Okay. Oops. What? Did I mistype something? Oh, I typed casa instead of boshi. Alright, fine. I'll take it. That's my fault. Okay. I'm making so many typing errors. I swear, I don't even intentionally do it. I'm just getting a casa. After missing casa so many times, I'm so hyper focused on casa, and when I hear it, casa just like disappears. Kutsu disappears in the sentence too. Like when you say something like those are my red umbrellas and blue shoes with another modifier like another prepositional phrase, and then like kutsu and kasa just disappears into this. These are white goats. The only one that I thought was pretty funny, which I don't know if it was you, Tommy, or Indy, but when they said what is it? The redcoats are here. I'm like, whoa. Duolingo, are you sure about that? I made a comment about Paul Revere would be proud. That was my joke, but whoa. The redcoats are here were one of the prompts, right? これは the redcoats are here, like 赤いコートはここです。Like, whoa. Got a slightly deep cut into American history all of a sudden. These, how you say goat? How you say goat in Japanese? I imagine, does Japan have goats? Like natively? Do they have goats? I feel like that's more, you know, on a different continent. Okay, これらは whoops 白い音です。Itsuji or Hitsuji. Interesting. The only animals I know is like Uma, Ushi, Niwatori, Tori, Buta. And I guess Neko and Inu, right? Buddha, not the other one. Hello, Tommy. Family friendly. Wait, is it Put? No. Is it? Oh, is it Pooh? Is it? No, I don't think so. Wait. Banned. To the Shadow Realms you go. Banned. Banned to the Shadow Realms. Off you go. What's another animal? I don't think I have any more animals. Do we have any more aminals that I should be knowing? And these aminals were not introduced in Duolingo. So no aminals. Except for Neko and Inu. But Neko and Inu was not introduced in the lessons. They were introduced in the Hirakana and Katakana. Kitsune. Oh, kitsune. Wait, what is a kitsune? Why does that sound so familiar? Kitsune. No idea. Hatto? Hatto. No, I don't. Hatto doesn't ring a bell. Kitsune though does. What is kitsune? Hatto, not sure. Sounds like hot dog. Oh, it's a fox. That's right. Oh, pigeon. Oh, right. Actually, that's in the katakana section. Yeah, that was in the katakana section. You're right. And so was kitsune in the hirakana section. Yeah. Good call. Good call. Do we get an animal section? Like, talk about animals? Maybe like pets? Is there like pet section or something? Where you talk about hanging out with your, like, doing things with your pet? I feel like owl was one of them. It was definitely owl as well. Not just... Itsuji is a sheep? Ah, close enough. Oh, owning pigs and chicken? Oh, okay. You always mix them up? Ah, close enough. Yagi. Okay, Yagi is a goat. Itsuji, Hitsuji, Itsuji, and Yagi. Okay, Yagi. There are other things I know, right, that hasn't come up yet. Like, Yama, Kawa. Even though they're sprinkled in some way. Even like isn't busa, or is it busa for grass? There are a lot of like random words everywhere that I recognized when I was doing kana. It hasn't come up yet. Hasn't come up yet. Like in lessons. I don't know where you're gonna say them, right? Like in what type of conversation. It would be a reach when you say, ah, yeah, the moon is great today. Like just somehow fit in ski, right? Ski. Just try to like pigeonhole in using those words. Owning pigs and chickens, I can see that actually. That's not too bad. Old Duolingo would do that. Oh, pigeonhole the use of words. I see. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Ski got ski des. Ski got ski got ski des. That's so funny. Yeah, you have to do really well. Like ski got ski des, right? You like the moon, yeah. Ski got suki, right? Ski got ski. Yes. You gotta love it. You gotta love the ski. Anyways, okay, let's go with sorera wa shiro o watashi no. Actually, I constantly forget to press enter or enter to remove the context. Actually, what happens if I type all of it out and then just hit space? Hold up. I haven't actually, I just assumed, but korera, it's probably gonna be jumbled. Wata. Oh no! It's fine. Neat. Alright. Neat. Smart. I underestimated. Oh. What did I do? Did I typo? Shiroi. Oh, I went back and accidentally typed koreda instead of soreda. That's fine. But that's neat. That you can still do this. And that's fine. I just figured you need to be more careful in separating them. But I guess not. That's cool. You die. Oh, I see. Okay. Something ni, I'm guessing that's a particle, maybe. And then you have something mas. There's the predicate. Oh, that's e. Wait. Oh yeah, that's how you. Wait. Spooky. Oh, spooky. Ni. Oh, that's the kanji first. Ni spooky. Ika. What does the extra I mean? Like, what is ski? Like, what's ski? That's ski. No, I know it's a holding vowel, but it still means the same. Oh, wait. Like, that's how you spell ski? Or does it just accent on how much you love it or something? Like if you hold out the E, I know what the line is. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Guys, have you seen me type these lines? Come on. Why are you telling me this, Indy? I literally have to type katakana with like 8 billion vowels being held out. Do you want me to show you my scato? No, just kidding. Scato. That's the first thing that came to my mind when I thought of a vowel hold. Or do we have to go to basketball? Okay. Alright. America wa oki desu ka? Okay.
ナオミさんはイギリス人です。
Okay. I've got the wa.
いいえ、カナダは大きいです。
I blame both of you.
ブラジル人です。
Wait, what happens if I type all of it and then do this? Oh. Okay. I don't want to add that at the moment. Even though that's probably correct.
日本人。
ケンさんはブラジル人ですか？
Wait, I have another question about inputs. Wait, actually, I can probably just test it here, right? So what happens if I... This is probably going to be devastating, right? Yep, never mind. Just kidding. Yeah, so you still have to hit enter. Fair enough.
"ケンさんはブラジル人ですか?"
アメリカ人。
イギリス人です。
はい、日本人です。
Try it out because it always messes up when you type Ken-san. No, it doesn't mess up because the way I'm typing it is I'm typing the double N. Unless you're... Oh, wait. Are you talking about... Wait, what do you mean? What part is it messing up? Like, I'm deliberately typing K-N-N, sa-N-N. So if it looks like it looks weird, it's because it could be the way I'm typing it. I don't type out Ken-san, or like, I don't type out Ken-san by doing K. You want to try what happens when you type the whole sentence? No, I was trying to figure out and then hit space. No, I was trying to figure out if they can distinguish between separate phrases that I want in katakana without hitting enter. As in, I typed out Ken-san, and then I typed out Urajiru, and I hit I hit katakana, and it didn't separate Burajiru from Ken-san. So that was expected. When you do hirakana and you type in another phrase, when you hit space, kanji is separated from hirakana. So that's fine. But there's no separation between, like, when you hit space, it doesn't go to the nearest word. Katakana, it does the whole thing as one thing. Sometimes it differentiates between katakana and hirakana. Oh, so if they were words and not names, right, is what you're saying. If it wasn't Ken-san by coincidence, say like I type, we'll see. I'll try that. I'll try that in the next one. Yes, Ikirisujin desu. Oh, Nihonjin desu. Whoops. I see.
カナダ人です。
Okay, so if I do like... Oh no, this is gonna mess up too because I don't actually want Jin in katakana. Even though that might be okay. That's my other comment too. So even modifiers would be kind of messed up in the way I wanted to input it as well. But let's try like Anata desu ka, right? That doesn't work. Ju su o no mi mas. Yeah, I don't think it does that. Yeah, so it does the jusu, but then it does everything else. At least the thing I'm using, which is Windows 10's whatever Japanese input thing, JME. So that's largely why I'm pressing enter at specific places.
カナダ人です。
I think this might work though. Like wa chisai. Yeah, see, that still works. So because it's only hiragana and kanji, if I only type full phrases in hiragana / kanji, it does the kanji thing. Which I know the kanji for chisai. Actually, now I'm kind of curious. What happens if I do wa chisai desu ka? Yeah, and it still does it. So even if it's in between, before, after, as long as I keep the katakana away from the hiragana / kanji, it's fine.
いいえ、カナダ人です。
So you type that whole out and it just worked? Man, you must be using something I'm not using. Yeah, it's not how mine work. Yeah, that's not how mine work. Oh, wait. Wait. You just hit space. Okay. Let me see. So, say like Igirisu Igirisu Jean. Yes. Oh, yeah, you can. You can just hit space. So you don't have to hit F7. Wait. Because like this is probably for Jean, right? I'm hitting F7. I was hitting F7. Interesting. Wait, let's do something more complicated. Like combine all of it, right? So I just say Nihon wa chisai desu ka? Yeah, it does work. Yeah. So that's why I've been hitting enter. But this is works. Hitting space is so much better than remembering where to hit enter. Now I know why you said Ken-san messes things up. And I don't understand why it messes things up. If you do it that way, yeah, Ken-san will mess it up. I agree. The way I was typing, Ken-san never messes up. Because I put them as separate letters, separate words already. So it rarely ever messes up. Yeah, that's fair. Makes sense now. So, I like this. This is saving me some time. It saves me extra enter buttons. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Igirisu. Oh, but I still have to hit. Wait. Oh. I don't even have to. Okay. It's fine. Then I can just hit space. So it's all good. It's all good. I just combined the two. I hit space where I think, because I was hitting F7 for the most part, but there's enough context for some of the katakana. I thought I needed to hit F7 for the katakana, but apparently a lot of it is okay, which is nice. So now I don't need 2 buttons as opposed to 1 button. All right, 1 input instead of 2 inputs, 2 different inputs. And then I just double check, right? Yep. Yeah. So that's nice. Nice. You just saved me an average of at least 1 or 2 inputs every single sentence. That's crazy. That is that's so much more efficient the way I was doing it compared to the way I was doing it. Now the question is, how many funny, funky things we're gonna discover doing this, right? So that will be kind of fun. We'll learn together all the funny quirks.
ナオミさんはイギリス人です。
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I don't know the No, I don't know the no one saw that. I don't know the kanji for Naomi yet. Can you get out of the storage locker? No, you go back in the storage locker. What are you talking about? It's the opposite.
ナオミさんはイギリス人です。
You want to be in the storage locker. What are you talking about? Hey. I have not had a perfect lesson
Introducing the Duolingo Family Plan. Encourage all your favorite people to learn a language with unlimited hearts, no ads, and more to help them learn fast. Add anyone to your plan. Your family, your friends, anyone. Save together, learn together with the Duolingo Family Plan.
Oh, guys, by the way, are you guys gonna learn, are you guys gonna all When Duolingo Music comes out, I'm gonna test Duolingo Music. I actually know quite a lot of sheet music, so we'll see what they do with Duo Music. That's gonna be fun. Curious how they're gonna teach how to read sheet music. I think that's also one of the things that most people, if there's any other total immersion skill that happens all the time outside of your native language, is listening to music. Like for musicians. So Duo's next release, like one of the bigger release outside of the other programs that aren't language dependent, is music. So my guess is they're gonna do like the fundamentals of reading sheet music. Thanks, Nojo. And I do know how to read sheet music. However, in this day and age, a lot of musicians don't actually know how to read sheet music. They read things like for a guitarist, it would be like specialized, like a tabulated guitars and stuff. I actually had a really I know how intuitive the guitar tabs are supposed to be, but man, it was a little rough for me. So it'll be interesting to see what are they going to do, like what type of music they're talking about. Are they talking about auditory, combining auditory with sheet reading, right? This is one of those things where, like Fujonese, I can speak Fujonese, but I'm illiterate. And the closest thing, another skill that lots of humans, including especially adults who are maybe even seasoned trained musicians, they don't have reading comprehension for sheet music, like traditional sheet music. So I'm really curious if that's what they're talking about, or they're going to do maybe ear training or something. But I love that kind of thing, so we'll see. Maybe they even do classical chord progressions, major minor scales and dissonance things, principles like that, music theory, and then introduce like genre archetypes and whatnot. It makes sense, and it makes pragmatic sense in terms of the business model that they're already using AI and machine learning for like language and stuff. Music was there well before language, so it'll be interesting how they procedurally generate and do all the sampling and stuff for each genre. I'm really curious how they're gonna define music in a learning capacity. I'm looking forward to it. That's kind of their like next big announcement, in my opinion. Learning about music. That will be a break from language learning. It's interesting. You want to learn how to play the drums? Yeah, I'm so curious. Like, they're probably going to teach about the difference between, the beat, the meter, the tone, the cadence, the rhythm. All these words get thrown around all the time, like a lot. And I play a rhythm game called Os, and a lot of times kids have this prevailing perspective on using specific terms that describe music in a manner that is kind of weird and misunderstood to me. And it's tough for me to communicate in a way when someone says, oh yeah, the beat's the same, and I'm like, no, I don't know what you mean. The beat's not the same in this. Like, oh yeah, here the beat is changing. Like, are you referring to the meter? The meter is changing? It's like, this rhythm's changing here. I'm like, I don't hear a rhythm change. I do hear a meter change. That kind of thing. Or like, oh yeah, there are more beats here than, like, for me, sometimes I tell them, oh, well, this like particular thing has less hits per beat. Like, there are less objects per beat in here. There are more beats in than there are objects. They're like, no, it goes with the is meter speed? Kind of. Yeah. Yeah, the meter is a way of kind of. Oftentimes, at least for me, I use the meter is how many oftentimes the pragmatic use of a meter is how many beats per measure. It's often depicted as a beats per measure, and you're gonna be wondering, well, what's a measure? And that's why I'm excited to see what they do about teaching music, because I don't think it's consistent. It's not consistent enough. It's like language. It's probably even less consistent than language. Like, we're learning Japanese, right? There are rules. English has rules, and then the rules are nebulous, and everyone's like kind of weaving in and out, but Japanese is very rule restricted. Well, music is too. However, when we talk about music, most of the time people are not on the same page. They usually just they vibe each other out. Like, yeah, you feel this part, the rhythm is changing, right? And you can feel it. So a lot of people, when they say, oh yeah, the music's getting faster here, like, well, how is it getting faster? There are many ways to describe music getting faster. There are less beats in a fixed amount of time, hence a meter change, or the spacing of the beats are closer together, but there's the same number of beats within a meter. So for example, if you fit 3 triples into the same time that 2 doubles spread across the same time, you'll have less beats, but the speed is the same. It's hard to describe without diagrams, right? So sometimes what I'm trying to describe is the difference between a polymeter versus a polyrhythm. Polymeter and polyrhythm tends to get interchanged all the time, but there's a very specific difference between the two of them. And when I say, oh, that's a polyrhythm, someone says, oh, I get it. And then when they describe it, they're describing a polymeter. They're not describing a polyrhythm. And then I get confused. To be honest, your English vocabulary might be suffering the specific music intricacies, and you can learn about it. I think that's what they're going to try to do, Tommy. And that's what I'm going to learn. I'm going to relearn and like educate myself some more, because I don't actually know if I'm accurate either. Like, it's been so long. I haven't played with music theory in mind, like music concepts in mind, for over, it's close to half my life now, since I've read and understood and had to sight read music, right? So it'll be really cool, and I think that's awesome. Like, Duolingo is increasing one of their now new project is to increase music literacy, right? So much like language, you can be very well adjusted and quote unquote fluent in speaking a language without having to be literate. And even more so than that, so many people are musically talented without being musically literate. Like, there's no rhyme system or like structure to expressing what they're doing with music. it's very difficult for a talented person who's intuiting music to describe and write down for the next person to reference. And that person also lacks musical literacy to understand what that is. It's the music language. The language of music is using sheet music and stuff. Nowadays, in order to communicate through music, you speak it, as in you play music in order for someone else to understand what the music is. But there's no formal way of transferring the music among internationally most of the time. I say, if you're thinking about music and people are like trying to describe music, they would hum or they would try to make the sound itself. So that's kind of like speaking to someone and being illiterate. You cannot write down music, describe music, and then transfer it to another person. So it's pretty neat that the people at Duolingo obviously noticed that music literacy is non-existent. It's arguably just non-existent. It's usually by ear, right? Ear and playing, much like languages that aren't taught formally anymore. Like Fujonese technically still uses the same writing system, right, as Mandarin, but you have to hear the thing to get the nuances. Well, in music, everyone relies on the nuances of music, not the structure of music. And there's a lot of music that is super complicated and complex with no systems to describe it. So in a way, when someone describes, oh yeah, I really like rock, right? I really like this subgenre of music, and then the only thing you can say is, hey, have a listen and tell me what you think. That's as far as music goes. Not for me, my music description is a little bit above average, but the average is like non-existent. So any amount of music literacy still feels a bit more sophisticated than that, for better or for worse. Like, I don't usually feel music more than I want to see and read music. So a lot of times when someone says, oh yeah, just fill the triples, like, wow, I gotta see this. Like, is that like every third is a downbeat? Like, what do you mean by a triple? And then someone would like tap a triple on a drum set, and I'm like, are you tapping at every offbeat? Like, are you tapping at a 1 and, like 1 and 2 and 3 and? Like, it feels like you're tapping on the ands, and like, no, those are triples. I'm like, yeah, but triples can be on a 1 and 2 and 3 and instead of 1 and 2 and 3 and in the same meter, like in the same amount of time. So it's kind of like Japanese, where if you move the pitch accents willy-nilly, it's gonna sound different. So it's so neat. I think that's a clever way. They already have a course on math. I was gonna do math just for fun. Like, it's very simple math. I think they're only up to algebra. Or I think it's algebra. So we're not talking about like calculus or anything like that. Calculus gives me some flashbacks. I'm not the greatest with math. I would say I'm only slightly above average when it comes to math. Slightly. Also slightly. So pretty cool. At least in my opinion. Okay, pasta. Pasta. Hey, pasta.
Pasta?
I love it. Pasta.
Pasta?
Pasta. I guess stop holding out the it's fine. Instead of saying pasta. Pasta.
Pasta?
Yeah.
Pasta?
Pasta. Hey.
毎週走ります。
毎週は知ります。
走ります。
Hashirimasu. Oh wait, just
走ります。
shirimasu. Oh, this is the whole phrase.
毎週
Oh. Oh.
走ります。
I can say this now. Wait.
毎週
Every week? No, 毎日。
走ります。
毎日走ります. I can say this. It's
走ります。
actually
走ります。
something.
毎週
Wait. Is that how you say it though? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. 毎日走ります.
毎週走ります。
Yeah, 毎週走ります.
毎週
Oh, or 毎日走ります. I can literally say this now. Nice. Very nice. I mean, technically this phrase is correct too, because I run every week. I run every single day. Every single day, a minimum. How am I finding learning Japanese? I'm finding it to be fantastic. Very fantastic. How about yourself, anime? I pronounced it that way, but not sure if that's what you were going for there. But how is your experience? Are you learning Japanese, or are you a Japanese speaker already? I've met one Japanese speaker so far, and then the rest of us are learning Japanese learners. Nice. As long as you're doing it, in my opinion, humbly. There's a Japanese guy named Kaname on YouTube who's teaching Japanese. I see. This person said they're a beginner. How are you learning Japanese, by the way, Kaname? I'm curious. I always ask this. No, my name is from Anime Bleach. Kaname. Wait. Kaname. I haven't. Oh, it's been a. I haven't seen them. Like the last one, but I haven't seen Bleach, the OG Bleach, in a long time. Kaname is the heroine character, right? No. Yes? No. I only remember Chado, Ichigo, some of the captains. Oh, Tosen. Yeah, Tosen. Yeah, right. Tosen. Yeah, I typically only remember their surnames. Or the other way around. Whichever one's more common. But Tosen is the how I remember. I see. Yeah, the edgy blind swordsman. So what are you using to learn Japanese anime? It's a very common question that one should not assume that everyone's learning Japanese the same way. We all, turns out, barely any of us overlap with the same methods. You only use Duolingo, but after asking around, I'm going to get on Anki, yes, for the flashcards, and read some kids' books. Ooh. Interesting. Some kids' books, huh? And make flashcards on new words. Anki provides the flashcards function. I don't know if you have started looking at Anki, but Anki is used for the flashcards. Or it's one of its major functions, like dedicated flashcards. Also, you've been told to do a lot more listening. Understandable. What are your motivations for learning Japanese? There's a plugin where you can find words on Chrome. Yeah, and can make flashcards. Yeah. Now I'm interested in your motivations while I do this. So my shoe, right? My shoe my shoe 走ります。
走ります。
Yeah, 走ります. I'm curious if that's a particle or not. Okay.
来週でかけますか？
来週 Wait, 来週 Oh, you 来週出かけますか？出かけます。You find the language to sound very poetic to you. Interesting. And I also like how some writing is done vertically. Very specific. Have you been doing any writing? I guess it just feels like it just feels like it intellectual. Okay. I imagine you have two languages you speak or you write. Or is English your primary language? Ashiru, I know. Okay, Ami. Is not a particle. Oh, okay, fair enough. You can't infer that from from how that's written. So, regardless if you knew or not, you can't infer that. English is your primary? I see. Fair enough. Yeah. So what are you doing for the hiragana and the katakana? Just are you using the character database for on Duolingo? Have I got any tips? What have you found to help me learn? I think this is it's a very loaded question. Often I like to ask the person a couple questions, right? Usually when I think about advice, I often think about the mindset behind learning a language. So have you ever done anything where you had to consistently do it for a very long time? Like, what skill have you practiced for a very long time? May I ask? It could be a sport, it could be a music program, or like a instrument, something like that. I would say my tips typically involve keeping a person consistent. You do VFX editing for 2 years. How'd you go about VFX editing? Okay. So in terms of VFX editing, I imagine do you learn things based on a task, or do you do some sort of structural work? How do I say this? Do you learn to complete a task, or do you learn by pulling up a book and learning the technicalities abstractly? AMVs were pretty cool, so I got into it for fun and to make a satisfying edit. I see. So all the skills you learn about, but the deeper I went on the rabbit hole, it got very professional. I see. So I imagine you pick up the skills for your needs. So like, hey, you have a great AMV idea, and suddenly you pick up the skills for them. Like, oh, I have this great idea. How do I do it? That's how you pick up your skills? Or do you sit down and start with the fundamentals of editing? Or sit down and just dry read how professional software works with VFX editing and all the techniques involved in VFX editing? I think oftentimes the tip I would say is to mirror what you do best, most consistently, and start from there. You have to start with the technical and stick to the basics for months. I would try, if that is very successful and allows you to be consistent, right? Since this is the skill you've done the most. Being able to motivate yourself based on why you want to learn Japanese. Maybe it's read anime or watch anime, right? So I would encourage learning language and constantly focusing on the things that increases your proficiency in the thing you like about the language. So oftentimes the most consistent way to do this is on your off time. You can still have subtitles and whatnot. So if it's anime, for example, you learn language and you learn vocabulary. You're basically digging for vocabulary and lines and whatnot, and you practice those lines in order for it to be transferably applied to whatever motivates you. It could be watching anime, and back and forth. I think that would be a thing that would keep you consistent in learning Japanese. Not so much like how to learn grammar and all that stuff. The idea is, the tip that I would generally provide is, language is like your 2-year skill in VFX. So finding a way to want to learn Japanese in order to use it, everything else, in my opinion, will come after. Much like you went down the rabbit hole after you already had the motivation to do VFX, right? And then you stuck to the basics for months because you were motivated by the idea of cool AMVs, and then the rabbit hole comes after. So I would probably structure whatever way you can to capture that same feeling. Yeah. So my first thought was learn phrases that will typically come up in anime. Like, even if you have no context whatsoever, look for those phrases in the context of your Japanese learning. So things like, I hope Ohayo gozaimasu, right? Arigato gozaimasu. Nani? Kawaii, kakui. There are kind of lots of phrases that occur very often, and they are usually phrases that most of your language apps will, whatever you're using to learn, will probably introduce very early. And framing all that stuff around will keep you consistent, in my opinion. Far more consistent. And once you get that foundation, everything else seems very trivial. Like you establish the habit, and the habit just takes you all the way, right? That's kind of how I feel about learning Japanese, right? That would be my advice. I don't really focus on if you're learning the knowledge portion. Most of the time I stream and talk about is how to motivate oneself to be consistent, form habits, maybe even change habits, and then try to make it as enjoyable as possible, and not to make it sound like it's a sprint. It's not a sprint to learn Japanese, right? Enjoy. All right, so raishu, right? Raishu, I don't like this phrase. Dekakimasu. Dekakimasu ga, not the phrase, but the kana. Dekakimasu. Dekakimasu ka? Laishu dekakimasu ka? Do you go out every next week? Are you going out tomorrow? Going out next week. Yes. Are you going out next week?
来週友達と出かけますか?
Wait, there was another solution. Okay.
来週友達と出かけますか?
来週 Okay.
来週
友達 I heard 友達
友達と
出かけます
出かけますか来週友達と出かけますか?
Okay. Yeah. 来週友達と出かけますか?
毎週花さんと走ります。
毎週花さんと Oh, this is the new one. 走ります Okay. 来週花さんと走ります Okay. I run. Wait. 来週 I run with Hana next week. Whoops. Yeah, every week. Oops. Wait. Now this is the present. Interesting. No. Yeah. Now this is interesting. Hashirimasu. Okay. Have I gotten to kanji? Each chapter I've gotten to the point where each unit introduces an average of 5 kanji. So when we reach the end of a group, I'm going to do the kanji for this unit. So the kanji for this unit is shinbun. So bun, the kanji character for bun. I got the kanji for tabemasu, the ta in tabemasu, which is to eat. Shinbun is newspaper. And I was expecting to get nomimasu sooner. We didn't get they kind of show you what the characters are. There are 2 kanji that I have not quote unquote unlocked yet in this unit. In terms of the kanji so far, 7, 13, no, 7, well, 20, 26, 32, somewhere around 40. There are 40 kanji so far. By the time you get to unit section 2, unit 2. You get your first kanji, which are the numbers ichi, ni, san, around unit 7 in Duolingo. In unit 7, section 1. Section 1, unit 7. It's either 6 or 7. Can I write them? In the kanji section, they actually show you how you write them. Those characters. And yes, I can write those. I can write all the ones up to all the way up to the last unit. I do them at the end of each set of lessons when they are new. I can also write all the kana. That was one of the first tasks. So you probably have used Duo long enough to, when you did the 2 lessons, they told you to check out the Hirakana section. So what I did was, in all of section 1 for a while until I cover all the Hirakana, was I do 2 sets of lessons, then I do a full set of Hirakana, which is 5 to 6 repetitions. So every 2 sets of lessons, Hirakana again. And then eventually Hirakana was covered, then Katakana. And at some point, I think it was section 1, unit 6, they recommend that you learn all your katakana. But by then, I have already learned all my katakana, which I did the same. Every 2 lessons, hit up on katakana. And then eventually you get your kanji. And now I generally practice kanji writing just here. Make note of any kanji that doesn't show up. And also for kana, every 4 days, I write all the kana out. Okay. Every 4 to 5 days, I write all the kana out with like a different program. A program that's more appropriate for writing kana. So nowadays, I don't write kana out during my Duolingo sessions. Only very roughly with like a web extension whenever I'm... What program is it? It's Krita. It's a drawing program. I prefer to use a drawing program because I use a pen. I use a pen to write, and when you're trying to use like something like this, right? This stuff, it's not good enough to write good strokes. Like, know where you're making errors. It's too non-responsive. So generally, I would go to your favorite drawing program. Be it like Adobe Illustrator perhaps, or your Procreate, something that is more responsive to your drawing. Yeah. I don't use paper. I don't have paper on me, so I typically just go to a drawing program and write it down. So every 4 days, I do the entire panel. You know, in Duolingo, the character section, how it's organized, that's a very traditional way of organizing them. So I do that. So all the hiragana and the katakana every 4 days. It takes about 2 minutes. 1 minute for each set. So you go through your A-E, U, E, O, and then, you know, your ka, ke, ku, ke, ko. Just keep going. And your sas, your etc. Every 4 days. Only recently have I done this. After section 1, I think it's almost encouraged to at least occasionally write all your kana down. Although my goal is not writing per se. However, it's nice to keep up with writing. It gives you that extra layer of memory for your kana. How do I keep motivated to not miss a day? Some of the stuff, that's my focus here. So for me, I have conversations with people. And I actually, after my stream is done, I learn about the interface between English and Japanese. The reason why I'm motivated is that I want to see how many different methods and techniques I can add or extract from understanding how Duolingo is designed and how, like, what its shortcomings are or what it lacks to complement it. And most of the time I have conversations with people like yourself. In this manner, this is how I spend most of my time. Motivated. So I learn something in order to be able to explain it. And then once I go offline, I already read and listen to a lot of multicultural stuff. So English and Japanese commonly comes up. So does Mandarin. And that's how I'm motivated. I always come back online for some stories and then typically I want to do 12 lessons. 12 lessons a day on a full day and 6 lessons on Wednesdays. And all that extra time in between is communicating with people. So a lot of times people tell me stuff about Japanese and I spend time expressing what I know, and we exchange. So lots of stories, lots of jokes, lots of talking about getting people excited about learning language or investigating and delving into their motivation. For me, I'm a motivation hog. If there's any skill I have that's above average, it's not this. I'm not a great linguistics person. I'm not a great video games thing. The one thing that I focus on is people's habits. So I typically focus on people's critical thinking, problem solving, and life skills. So how do I stay motivated? It's my hobby. My passion is to understand all the different ways to motivate someone and like have them have a healthy relationship with. So for me, it's a walk in the park to not like humble brag, I suppose. It's a walk in the park to be motivated. It's a different story to master something. I generally don't end up mastering. However, I always have a great time doing so. So in this case, more or less, the long story short, motivation is probably one of my skill sets. Not so much being good at things, but being able to be motivated. Lots of tricks. So when you ask me what my tips are, my first tip is really understanding. Oh, and also I have a healthy relationship in putting people in the storage lockers because they're very rambunctious, so they get timed out all the time. Yeah, Tommy's in the storage locker for being a sassy person. But generally, if you want to find motivation, there's a lot of dialogue that perhaps I could participate in with you to get you motivated. You think that's the secret to getting... I think the word getting good at anything, I would probably say for myself, it's the secret to getting satisfied at anything. You could easily become a master. Yeah. So I think if you ask me, am I comfortable for not being a master at anything? It's generally because the secret is I become satisfied at whatever I do. So, and that leads to a healthy well-being, right? And you become self-motivated, so you're often not compared to other people. So oftentimes when people offer lots of advice, I invite them to offer advice. Generally speaking, I'll take all their advice and create something of my own. And I think that's why I hate learning new things. I'm never at the level I want to be at. Yeah, you kind of sounded like it was too early to tell, but I do feel when people are very forward in finding tips and then they do something for perhaps a shortened amount of time and still continue to take on a lot of advice rapidly, it can be a situation where you're going to have to find some pacing or some consistency where you're not concerned necessarily for the end goal, but enjoying the journey. Language learning is a journey. It's a really, really long cross-country marathon, and it isn't a sprint. So oftentimes when you ask what is my major advice, I asked you what was the skill that you spent the longest time on. Because generally speaking, whatever is keeping you going with that VFX editing, think about like all the points that keep you motivated and constantly, consistently learning. Apply those techniques now to language learning and then add more. Continue to explore other methods to increase the consistency and the positive feedback you're getting. So you did end up stopping because it felt like a chore more than a hobby. Oh no. Well, the alternative here is now you have the basis of doing something for 2 years, right? So now you have the basis of doing that. Take those and then kind of explore why you stopped, right? I would encourage you probably to write down what made it feel like a chore, right? When did the shift from hobby to chore happen? Or at least recall as much as you can, and take those learning lessons and apply them to language learning. Language learning, on average, let's just say we're not all superheroes, we're not looking for the hustle culture. The average basic conversational skills come around between 1 and 2 years. So naturally, you can tell yourself you've already done something for 2 years. If you focused on VFX for 2 years, you can become competent. You have the skills to maintain working on a skill for over a year, right? And now your goal is to take those techniques, build on top of them while learning a new language or learning a new skill. Eventually, as you keep accruing new skills, your methods will also continue to develop and become far more rigorous and consistent. And you're exploring how that consistency makes you happier and more satisfied. I'm 37, by the way. I've been learning new things over and over again, rapidly, constantly for as long as I've known. So I cannot really demonstrate in some way in a short amount of time what this process looks like. However, at least you can tell yourself you've done a skill for more than 2 years. So you can at least, and hopefully with enough knowledge, you can at least learn Japanese for a solid 1 year to 2 years. And spend that time in the meantime exploring what made you stop doing VFX editing, and trying to work towards avoiding those pitfalls, right? And over time, you're going to learn a new skill. There's going to be another skill after that, and another skill after that. It's going to be 1 year, becomes 2 years, it becomes 3 years. That's the iterative process of learning how to start to iterate on and optimize your learning process. Obviously, you can also ask someone you trust, a friend you trust, someone you speak to on a daily basis, to also offer, like, oh yeah, to point out something. Like, maybe they notice you're really happy when you do something related to learning a Japanese language, and they point that out, and you can capitalize on it too. Having someone else learn with you or communicate with you can offer a source that's outside of yourself. And for me, I stream for this reason. In fact, most of the time, our critics, people come on to criticize Duolingo, and that's a motivation of mine. So it keeps me motivated, and people challenge me, continue to spoil my 1,000-year-old language adventure, like Tommy and Indy, who's in the closet right now. Just stuffed them in the storage locker because they keep spoiling the language for me. That kind of thing. Usually this stuff takes a while. I start, what I can do a lot of times is I start by asking the person, if you're learning Japanese right now, Kaname, if you're learning language right now and you're doing something maybe overlapping with what I'm doing, I generally, what I can offer is I like to ask that person. Again, this is a high fail rate. However, if I ask that person frequently enough, they become habitual in understanding that their life is interesting. So I ask most people when I meet them, hey, it was a nice discussion. Tell me about something interesting. Remember, the next time you get up and you do something that's related to what I'm doing, hold on to that. Ask yourself, how can you make it sound exciting and interesting, and then share it with me, or share it with a friend, or share it with a family. The more enthusiastic you become, you get a second motivator. That's the motivator that I'm trying to describe that keeps me motivated. When I learn something, it's not just because I'm learning it for my own benefit. I'm learning it so I can explain this to someone else or get someone excited to it. I'm habitually more of a scholar and a teacher. So everything I learn, I'm already thinking about how I can best express this and encourage someone else to do so. So my reflection in that is I always challenge the people that I know over time, basically nagging them repetition. No, it's not direct. I'm saying like, hey, what'd you do today? And if I keep getting, it's okay, it's fine, nothing special, and I get to know this person, I'm going to push harder. I'm going to slightly push their buttons and say, well, there's got to be something interesting. What was your favorite phrase today in Japanese? Like, did you discover anything interesting? Like, because everything is interesting to the person who's not living the life. So when younger kids, I encounter this a lot. When you're learning something and you're always focused on learning, you encounter a lot of younger people who get caught up in the chores, like the monotony and the mundaneness of their regular practices when they start to practice instead of actively learning. So my challenge to them is I tend to get them to feel excited that even their regular activities, they still need to know how to explain that and make it sound exciting to me. So I am a stranger. It'd be better if it was a friend or a family member who you're encouraged to try to excite them. And what that does is often it takes the focus away from your life, as in how maybe slow and steady it is or unchanging it is, and it gives you a second motivator to find it interesting and see it from a different perspective, right? So for me, every time I learn Japanese, I'm evaluating the English translations, and I'm always thinking about what would it be like if I was a Japanese person learning English for the first time. And all this stuff makes me very curious. So I look forward to constantly learning the new things, generally speaking, because my mindset is not largely focusing on where I want to be, but where I'm going. And that's kind of why I'm the longest answer on why I stay motivated in anything I do. The only time I stop something is because I need to make time for something else. I rarely ever say I'm bored and I have nothing better to do. Ami and I talked about that phrasing a little bit just now, and I don't enjoy it. It saddens my heart when I hear people who have hobbies and they stopped because it became boring and it became like a chore or grindy. The word grindy is another word. And usually my goal is always, whatever I'm doing, how do I make it look like it's not a grind, right? So if I can do this for 31 days and not feel like my enthusiasm waned, I don't know if my enthusiasm waned. It leads up to like the people I talk to. Opinion. Generally, I like to say my motivation hasn't ever waned. So yeah, if there's anything I can offer you, if you're starting your Japanese learning language, every once in a while, maybe every 3 days or 4 days, come back, use some of that Japanese, and tell me about the things you don't like about Japanese, you do like, whatever floats your boat. The idea is you're expressing it. As long as you're expressing it to someone else, it can be an outside force that helps you motivate yourself. And if you have great friends, invite them to learn Japanese with you. I actually convinced a couple people to continue learning Japanese only to inform me about it. So that's kind of nice. Kind of nice. Wait, Tommy, you're a little bit older than me? Go back in the closet. I have so many more hobbies that I barely have time for anything. That's cool though. Having too much, Tommy. Having too much to me is still more auspicious. Like, not to downplay what you're saying, but having too much is still a lot more. It's a lot more auspicious than someone who's struggling to find a new passion. And I think it makes sense because you're a little bit older than me. I think the older you get, the more experience you have. It just feels like sometimes if you had the energy to do so, a healthy older person would generally feel like they do not have enough to do anything. On the flip side, the younger they get, the oftentimes I encounter younger people who are they're searching. They're constantly searching, and they bounce one at a time, right? Where you start with one thing, and if it stops, you're looking for a new thing. And instead of the staggering effect. So while I'm learning Japanese, I'm practicing my psychological approaches, and I'm also practicing my speech, right? And I like Japanese. I do consume Japanese entertainment. There are so many layers of motivation that it would take hours for me to just go write about that motivates me. So unless my voice dies or I have explosive diarrhea, it's not going to stop me from using Duolingo the next day. So physical limitations can stop me, but generally speaking, that doesn't happen. Pretty helpful. Hopefully that helps, Arane. I think one of the things that I say, this is personally biased, you can find advice anywhere else. Before you decide to learn more things or find another hobby that will hold you over, it's highly encouraged you spend some time, maybe with someone you know, a friend, and gather your thoughts about what makes you want to do those things, like all the stuff that makes you happy, and then find a clever way to make that next thing hit all these marks. And then during that time, while you're learning this new thing, you continue to build on that. Yeah, learn how to learn through this hobby. Exactly. Start with that. And that is the only thing I peddle in the stream. Like, as a streamer, as a content creator, whatever you want to see me as, that is the first thing. Learning to learn using activities. Nothing can really supplant that. So when you can do that, rarely is it a concern about how hard something is. You stop worrying about how hard things are, how long things take. You just know you're going to have fun and you can make it work. And when you get to 30, 40 years old, I doubt you're 30 or 40 years old, but usually for older people, they're like, yeah, I see what you mean. If they're successful older people, and they're healthy, we're all, in my opinion, just kind of on the same page with this. Rarely do you start something and you think to yourself, it's not going to work out. When you get to that point, it's understanding your life skills. Learn how you learn best, how you can motivate yourself for now, and continue improving upon that. So continue improving upon that. You can pick up anything. That's kind of what I wish teachers are able to impart to their kids at a younger age. Generally, my only prospect is when I see college students. That's my biggest exposure. When students end up in college, I do see a mix. Students that clearly haven't understood or weren't exposed to the idea of how to learn the way they want to learn versus just doing it, like because they have to. Doing it because they have to. A lot of things you can have to do, you don't have to hate. You can learn to like it because you know how to always look at things that work for you. And in Duolingo, that's pretty much all the conversations I have. Someone would say, oh, Duolingo doesn't do this, doesn't do that. And it's like, you're right, it doesn't. That seems very time consuming. Like for Japanese, I have to plan out thoroughly how to balance the right type of learning and put in some sort of fun aspect. Like not just for this hobby, but if I did it for numerous things, it would take forever. It will take very long at first. So one thing I have to encourage one to think about is you're not going to be the same as you're doing it. So it's kind of like if you go for a run today, it's going to be slow. Tomorrow, it might not be as slow. The next day, it might not be as slow. So the idea is, instead of concerning about how long it will take, when you do something, you'd be surprised how less and less time it takes to do something. You become more and more efficient. And when you become more and more efficient, you end up actually having more time to continue investing in new things. So lots of these strategies that I had now did not exist for myself when I was 16 or 18. I juggle way more strategies now than I did in 16 in the same amount of time. So at some point, things get faster, much like editing. Unless you continue to learn new things, generally the skill you practice gets more and more efficient, right? It gets refined, and it's your choice to add more things. So for me, what's a session that I want to maintain? In my goal, I want to use Duolingo for at least 6 hours a day, right? And usually 1 to 2 hours of that is practicing a skill I already use. And then the other 4 hours is willy-nilly anything. That's the inefficient, non-practice part. And then fast forward a week, that new inefficient part has become part of my 1 hour routine, 1 to 2 hour routine. If I go back to my video 1, I can most definitely know that there are 4 routines that I do now at day 31 that wasn't even in my routine at day 1. So almost every week, I've added new routines to my build. So I've actually liberated more time learning with Duolingo and making more time for other things. And I continue to add, so my time stays consistent. But with the routine will always change. How do you plan them and update them? I go along. I test them for a little bit and see if they work. One routine that I start with is total recall. In the first 30 minutes of every session, I try to recall as much as I can without an aid of association, right? Then another routine was the routine I told you about, where at the end of every full lesson, I'm going to do kanji writing, which I'm about to go into. I think this is close to the end of this session list. So I do them for a time. If they seem great, they just get add on. And what happens is the time gets faster and faster. So I don't reach my upper limit. And my end point is flexible. So the last remaining 2 or 3 hours, it can end at any time. I can choose when to end at any time. So I leave enough extra time to introduce new ideas while maintaining a consistent core. And that's usually how I frame it. So I've come to now find out that I make enough time for 12 lessons. If it gets longer, for example, If the lessons get too long, then I'll have to adjust that, right? Maybe it's not 12 in the future, it'll be 6, right? Yeah, you can also adapt and change the routine. At the beginning, you will probably have very different one, yep. And then after a couple months, the idea is expect to want to change and adapt your routine, as opposed to needing to predict the future and predict everything is going to happen according to plan. Your goal now is to know what you can do now, use that plan, and you'd be surprised how if you focus on improving the plan over time, there are things you'll notice that you'll keep, and there are things you'll notice that you won't keep. And that's the idea of constantly learning new things, learning how to learn while you're learning something, right? I know one feeling about this is the idea that how fast are you going to move? How long is it going to take? And that's really overwhelming. Yeah. I don't know why, but it seems very daunting to go into this trial and error phase. So this isn't a trial and error phase per se. Your first step, the first step that I'm encouraging you to do is to look back on what you have already done. So the reason why I asked about your longest skill set is you use that principle as something you know fundamentally works. So the way you approach VFX editing serves you as the foundation. The trial and error is part of the entire session. You are trying to discover new things while you're relying on your old methods. I asked you about the longest skill set because that's what you're going to work with first. It's something you have already tested and have worked for at least 2 years according to your sharing. So you use that as your basis of planning, and you leave time to introduce 1 or 2 things at a time. You have your core, your foundation that you're going to go through each day, and you hope it holds up. Yeah. And you already made the first step, true. You already made this first step in the hiragana. Whatever's keeping you learning hiragana, you stay with that, and then you slowly test other things. But the core of your routine is whatever you have going on now. So you have new things and old things. I always start with my old routine, my established routine, and then have other people or look at other things in my spare time that when I'm not learning this thing, to try out new things. So each week, my learning routine begins to change over time. The core continues to be built on. The core is what keeps you consistent, right? The reason why I suggest this type of structure, hear me out here, the reason why I suggest this structure is oftentimes monotony and practice of the same methods over and over again can lead to stagnation, and often it saps motivation. It then becomes more of I'm grinding my gears and I'm doing the same thing every day, and oftentimes it's not because you're not getting any better or you're not able to get better or find more passion. It's no longer novel. It's not interesting intellectually anymore. So combining what you know consistently when you're doing it and always looking a little bit more for new things, it keeps the experience fresh. So every day I come in with a new story. In the evening, I spend a lot of time finding something interesting to share. So my motivation for each stream, each day, is to find something slightly new and constantly and talk about it. And that's kind of why I encourage other people. When you do something, when your day is over, share with me something that's interesting, that's worth sharing to you or me. So like, I don't know, someone can tell me how much they hated this trash bag that floated across the street when they were crossing the street to get their favorite meal at their local Chipotle or something. Whichever it is, that one thing, that novelty, it can be one thing, it can be many things. What it helps with is it allows you to refocus in the present and keep the present feeling novel, and keeping that daunting feeling of the future at bay, right? And then the past is your core. The past is what you're fundamentally working already. So that's probably going to be your most consistent thing. And the novel thing is just the cherry on top that keeps things a little fresh. And I guess you're right. Without the change, it becomes, yeah. And some people, I'm saying, some people love that, right? There are individuals who love and content with doing nearly the same thing. You have to find where that is for you. So that's largely why I'm encouraging you to think about your VFX editing and find out when did it become, or how long did it become, start feel grindy and chore. And that's the time frame you have. Like, say it's 6 months, it starts getting a little boring at 6 months. Well, you need to introduce something new by 6 months, for example. So the idea is you already know all of this information. You've learned many skills in your life already. You've already learned English in your life, right? So you will know where your threshold is. You have an idea where it is. And that's your time limit in which you want to change the things. For me, I'm going to tell you, I'm okay with doing the same thing for 7 years. Because I actually literally did that 3 times in my life, where I did the same thing for 7 years. So, like, nearly the same thing for 7 years. And however, I don't have to do that. I can make every day special if I wanted to. As long as it doesn't pass 7 years, I won't quit on learning Japanese. You have to find where your threshold is. Right now, you have 2 years. Because you've already done something for 2 years. Right? Start there. At least that's my opinion. Forget about the daunting nature of what the future is. I can earnestly tell you, you will be... I can't guarantee this. This isn't a life hack. When you start doing something, oftentimes when someone feels like whatever they're going to start takes too much time, when they stop focusing on how much time it takes, right now, as in with your skills, with your person, the way you are now, you will think it's more time. When you focus on improving over time, it will shockingly take way less time, or even different than what you know now. So I record myself saying these things a lot, and when I look back, I generally, regardless of how experienced I am and how educated I am, I don't end up in the same place or at the same time or when it is, not even a month later or 2 months later. Oftentimes, if you're having fun and you're adapting really quickly, you actually end up in a place earlier. I thought that I was going to be at a certain place in Japanese learning 5 days earlier than I thought. It was day 25. So I made a summary thing on my 26th day. I actually thought it was going to take more than 30 days. And now I gave myself an artificial deadline of either the next 30 days, as in 60, by day 60, I either complete the section or I don't. And what happened was, it's relatively in the same place, but generally not in the exact same. And I had way more things that I learned outside of Duolingo. My plan was to stay with Duolingo, as in only use Duolingo, but now it's completely different. Duolingo is the source of inspiration to do everything else outside of Duolingo. Like other things I can do because I see what I either have or don't have in Duolingo. That kind of thing. The heck with daunting. You got this. Right? The heck with being daunted by tough task. The most daunting task I've ever done was commit to a career that took 15 years to realize. And I'm not in that career. So presently, I'm not doing that career. Does it feel like I wasted my time? Absolutely not. All those 15 years, I'm using all those skills now. It just happens to be not the exact career that I'm doing then. Like, I'm not in science, basically. I'm not in genetics or biology at this very moment. However, I can say all these things because I've done those. I've done that 15 years. That kind of thing. Hopefully that puts your minds at ease. What made me stick around for 15 years? Was it the salary? That's kind of funny. I did not get for those 15 years, it was minimum wage because I was still a student. So it was just enough to pay to go to a university. So not the salary. More on that maybe another time. But the 15 years is because I love science. I really enjoyed science. I had a really non-sustainable relationship with science. I talked about this quite frequently. I use my life story, as a way to tell people about burnout. Right now, I don't think that's relevant to you. So you're more worried about trying to find a new passion as opposed to burning out. And the only way I can tell you is I would have stuck with it forever if I didn't burn out. And I did burn out. I burned out pretty hard. And when you encounter people like that, they have a non-sustainable and unhealthy relationship with their job or like their hobby or something. On the flip side, one that's looking for a hobby, probably not too relatable when it comes to burning out. So I really loved doing that. And what made me stick out is the same thing. I love learning new things. In the science field, if you're not learning new things, then you're not solving problems. And then the teaching aspect. I always get to see new college students, right? I actually really enjoy constantly switching up every year how I teacher assist incoming classes, like year one chemistry labs and biochem labs. Every year means I could try a new thing to get better. Like, I have my core ways to help to give lab, evaluate lab performances and stuff. However, every year is also an opportunity to try something else new that I might add permanently to it. So it's the same approach. Why did I stick with it with 15 years? I'm doing the same thing now. It's the same thing that I fell in love with, which I'm always trial and erroring new things. Why didn't I continue to do it? It's because I burned out. Much like your favorite YouTuber that did many beautiful things and they say it's time to step away after like 10 years. Usually it's a little bit earlier, every 5 years, or 10 years is a stretch and 15 years is a heck of a stretch. So most successful people know when to emotionally step away. That's the opposite problem. The thing where you absolutely love something, but you're just exhausted. Your performance is dipping and you're constantly looking for bigger and better things, continuously going up, but your performance is dipping because your health is declining. That's the burnout situation. And my Duolingo experience here, I've met some really passionate youngsters, and those youngsters are the ones that I 15 years ago. So oftentimes my conversation is the flip side of this, where I would encourage the youngster to be a little bit more mellow. Like, remember to have fun, remember to not lose sight of your own noble motivations, as opposed to being focused on results, performance. Like, they have plenty of that. So it's the opposite here. This is the opposite case where you meet someone who has lots of results and lots of performance gains and constantly seeking for the next big hit, right? They also have an imbalance, in my opinion, where it's concerning that they might drive themselves into the ground. So in your case, though, at least the impression you're giving me is you're looking for something to occupy your time, maybe replace a passion that keeps you motivated and working forward. So in this case, you're working up instead of slowing down. And you have to work, in my opinion, building a foundation so that you can speed up is the idea. It will always seem daunting if you don't have a foundation to start. For me, starting is the easy part for me. Stopping might be the hard part. So yours is seemingly reverse because it's very daunting to start. My only hot take here, this is a hot take. The more times you start something, you will, in my opinion, most people intuitively, if not intellectually, end up discovering what makes it easier to start the second time, then the third time, and the fourth time. It doesn't get any easier if you don't start at all. And the longer you go without learning a new skill, the tougher it's going to be over time to get your foot through the door. If you land on a skill that you love, many people who get older continue to love that skill. So in that context, they will still have a hard time starting new skills, but they don't need to because they have a skill that they can love for a lifetime, 2 or 3 skills. My encouragement for you is probably, if you're having a hard time starting on anything at the moment, like everything just feels overwhelming, make a list, look around, make a list, like your friends, your family, what are they doing? And make a list and order the list from the lowest effort to break in, to start doing, to the highest. Start at the lowest, a few days, it's like not for you. Next day, the next one. Eventually you'll find that starting something becomes trivial, right? And then you can truly overcome that whole daunting feeling when you're like, I just don't want to start over, or man, I did something like this before, it's gonna take forever. Like, what is gonna do? That's kind of the idea. You can sometimes, if you're worried about something that's really important to you, might not work out. Yeah, so like training a muscle. Yes, this is more your muscle. Now you're training these like exposure, like intellectual for intelligence and mental state. It's for exposure. So when you expose yourself to it, you'd be surprised how quickly you adapt to it. And there's one thing that people are always concerned with, which is, what if it's something really important to you right now? The idea then is to pick something that's less important to you. Generally speaking, it checks itself out. The things that are most important to you, they are one of the most daunting things. So when you sort your list, right, you're gonna find that the ones that have the lowest barrier are the ones like, you're like, meh, okay, I'll try it for a day or two. As you go down, generally speaking, the ones at the very bottom are the ones that you're worried about the most, because they're going to be the things that you care about the most. Dauntingness in the scale of effort, the last ones are the most important, generally speaking, because there's so much weight to it. So you're basically, when you're ordering this amount of entry, the ones at the top are guinea pigs. You might be surprised. You might end up falling in love along the way with some of those things, but they're test subjects to work up your endurance to get to the most important things. And oftentimes when you make a list, it helps a lot of people visualize, like, oh, okay, these are the most important. Like some people would put running at the top, where Okay, they'll run for a week. It's like, nah, chief. That ain't it. That is suffering. It's like, what's next on the list? Basketball. What's next on the list? Disc golf. You know, they continue to go down, and as you're going down, your tendency of liking it more is going up, while you're spending a lot of time starting new things, knowing when to call it quits, starting new things, when to call it quits. There's a big danger here that I want to keep in mind. They're not failures, right? When you start something and when you stop, you already know I'm going to stop at some point. What I'm testing is how to start something and then deciding when to stop. So that's why the organizing it this way, the most important things, you don't want to stop. They're gonna feel like failures if you fail them. So as you're going down, you're getting higher and higher in risk and emotional distress, right? The risk is higher, the game's higher. A lot of times, lots of people start with all the things they love, and when it doesn't work out, they get reinforced over and over again, like, I'm a failure. Every time I start something, I can't stay consistent enough to continue doing the things that I love, right? So generally, if you flip it on its head, start with the things that you're like, I don't care about it too much. Let's just do it for a little bit and see if it's okay. Eventually, that gets normalized for something you really, really want. For me, it's pretty much anything. Honestly, I don't really care what I'm learning at the moment. At this point, this is fast forwarding. I started this back in... This idea was back when I was 27. That was 10 years ago. 10 years ago. So I've been doing whatever I'm describing for over 10 years. You can't see how much I would put on my list though. Start, right? Look around. YouTube is pretty big, right? YouTube is pretty big. Hop in, ask someone, what's your favorite thing? Can you share with me why it's great? Ask someone to convince you to at least try whatever they're interested in for a day or two, right? I'm not the best person at convincing anyone to do anything. However, you could find someone who loves Japanese, learning Japanese, and it's incredibly persuasive. As in, I'm not a person who would go out of their way to convince a stranger that they must like to learn Japanese. There are people out there, so maybe listen to their take. Like, what is it about their thing that they're doing is super provocative? If you're convinced, give it a few days and say pass or not, yay or nay, and have other people put in the effort then to try to convince you they belong on the list. Like, yo, this game is so hype, it belongs in your list. And give it a go. Provided you have the resources to do so. There's always the whole pragmatic, if you have the resources to do that. Somewhere I've seen a statistic, when you learn a new skill for 20 minutes per day, after 1 year, you will have 100 hours of experience and you'll be better than 90. Yes. It's kind of like it kind of bleeds into like the whole 80-20 rule and whatnot. The idea is the beginning portions give you the highest return, and it kind of transfers to all the skills too, like the skills of how to start something. When you get a start, it requires like, I don't know how to draw a kinetics curve, but the first barrier to activating a reaction, like the first energy level to input to get your foot through the door, it accounts for a gigantic amount of the energy necessary to go into a skill. So even if you can do that part, it will teach you a lot of things about yourself. And that's something that no stranger can really help you with, unfortunately. They can encourage you, to do that and try to lower the barrier. However, they can never get you to, they don't have the answers for self-actualization, for self-awareness. You got this, kind of the idea. But you're not alone in it either. There are other individuals around who also probably have struggled starting things. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them. I don't think I've often had that issue. That might be an interesting thing. Try to find someone who have overcome this issue of starting new things. How do they deal with it? How do they juggle with the unpredictable future, right? I generally don't look that far into the future. Well, I did once, and that was that 15-year period. And it was scary. It was very daunting. That person, I don't know how that feels as much anymore because it's been a while. And even then, it's not quite the perfect example. It's not like a really emotionally resonant example. Yeah, 20 minutes per day. You get a lot in 20 minutes, especially if it's a new novel skill with no transferable legacy. Anyways, hope that sparks some interest. I'm not sure. Are you working now, Anime? Like, are you working or in school? How does it feel that things are strapped for time? I guess that would be a great question. University? I see. Do you like what you're studying at your university? Oh, you're at your final year. Oh, I see. Big deal. That's a big one. Do you have any ideas what you're going to do soon? Don't really enjoy anything. I find aspects cool, but I'm here for the career and money. Okay. And that hasn't been fulfilled yet, right? You're still strapped for a career and money. Okay. Okay. Like that's still something that it's probably a stressor, something that you have to achieve or address. At least the money part. Yeah, money is a big one. Are you gonna convert on your career? Or is that what you're doing right now? Exploring prospective paths.
来週ケンさんと話します。
If this is too personal, by all means. I just want to make that clear. That definitely do not feel you have to share something that might be uncomfortable. 来週ケンさんと話します。Nope. You'll stick with this career? Okay. The straight and narrow since I spent all this time on the degree. Fair enough. Fair enough. So Japanese is a side hobby, right? Is it related? Can you relate it to your career? Is there anything you enjoy doing that can be related to your career? Because oftentimes I find that's a great motivator too. A distraction kind of, not related at all. Is there a creative way to make it related to your career? That's an alternative approach, right? I can't do science. I'm not doing science anymore, but all of this stuff is related to science, in my opinion. the whole teaching thing. I wanted to teach for the most part. So all of this is still related to teaching. So all the skills that I learned about teaching and explaining things and like difficult concepts and how to get myself to learn the difficult concepts and stuff, all this is still here. And that's what makes the career and the hobby, while they're separated, they help each other. You're doing software engineer right now, so I don't think I like to relate anything I like to work. I'm forced to do. Okay. That's acceptable. That's acceptable. I'd probably say that there's definitely a way to take advantage of something you're doing in software engineering that will elevate and synergize with things that you like to do you may like to do as a distraction. Just keeping that in mind. Not that I'm encouraging you, like I'm saying that is the answer to a lot of things. Generally speaking, working with each other, often is synergistic and not antagonistic. Although if you don't like your job that much or your career path, I can see why you would want to distract yourself when you're on your free time. Again, I find it a little difficult to relate to, and I'm probably not the person to ask about this or offer any advice on this. I loved my job, so therefore my job is still anything that my hobbies are. They were taking advantage of everything I did on the job. So while they're separated, and I definitely behave differently with my hobbies take advantage of all the things I do from my job, and all the things I do with my hobbies I can bring to my job, like transferably, to make my job less like just my job. I do both of them. On the one hand, I do at my own leisure, and then the other I have to do. However, what I learn from one helps the other. So it makes it more time efficient to give it. You can look at it like that. Yeah, that would be one way to keep down the feeling of, that phrase, the toxic phrase about not being productive while you're doing your hobbies, or not being productive towards your hobbies when you're working. Like the idea of, oh, I'm working this job, I can't enjoy my hobby right now, and then I'm working on my hobby, but I'm not working productively on my career. If you find a way to navigate, it's kind of like making you feel like it's time efficient to get better at your hobby, because your hobby helps you with your job, and your job reciprocates that to the hobby. So most of the things I like, video games, learning language, it all dealt with scientific learning. So when I was on the job, I learned how to solve problems, solve other people's problems, solve my complicated problems. And the stuff that I do have no answer, so I have to come up with the answer. And I take that to my video games, and those skills help me play video games and talk about video games in a different way, learn Japanese in a different way. So every time I'm doing my hobby, I'm technically developing skills that I know that will help me with my job. So while they're still separated, one I do on my free time, one I have to do, it removes that guilty. A lot of times people feel guilty or of like either not being efficient with your time or stuff. So sometimes when you're challenging yourself to connect what you like with what you have to do, you might end up like myself. This is why I love my job, because my hobbies and my jobs are connected in a positive way as opposed to a negative way. I don't think my hobby is taking time away from my job that I have to do. And I don't think the things I have to do is taking away from the things I want to do. That kind of thing. It's a work in progress, though. What I mean is, it's a work in progress for most people. I'm not going to give you the idea that it will just be solved overnight. The idea is to remove that stigma that you always feel guilty for doing your hobbies while not working on your job. And then when you're working on your job, you just don't want to be there because it's preventing you from enjoying your hobbies. Right. Let's see. Yeah. You don't have to do the mindset, obviously, just an idea. It's to share an idea, a possibility. I would love it to tell you that I know other people who have different perspectives, and then you can go there and have their perspective, and see, compare and contrast. Because my mindset is just one of tons of mine. The thing I can tell you is I'm relatively successful, I guess. So I'm relatively successful. I burned out at my peak, so there's that. And in terms of, I know you mentioned money, and people do mention money quite a lot and ask me this question. I'm financially comfortable. The things I want to do that makes me happy do not require a lot of financial support. So usually I'm speaking from a position where I am financially comfortable. Do I have a day job? The answer is no. Do I have a career? That is to be determined, because I have been a long time from my originally established career, and getting back to that will be an incredibly big barrier. Do I want to go back? Sort of, but not in the exact same way. I'm not a person to look back and try to do the same thing again. So if I ever go back to science and stuff, it's going to be in a different context. Maybe like editing or writing or policy review or something that isn't the same anymore, because I'm no longer the same person. Give you an idea where I am. Sharing is caring, I suppose. Let's see. I'm going to talk to Ken. Okay. Going to talk to Ken next week.
毎週パスタを作ります。
Wait, what did you just say?
毎週パスタを作ります。
Oh, okay. I thought he said pasta, and he did say pasta. Yeah, we got the word for pasta, which is pasta. Surprise, surprise. Okay. 毎週パスタを作ります。 Oh, 作ります. Oh yeah, that was from yesterday. 作ります. That's right, to make. Oh, okay, so they're just going with the present. Okay. I make pasta every week. My shoe pasta or skurimasu. I had a trouble with skurimasu yesterday. I'm gonna say it a couple more times over.
来週新しいドラマを見ます。
来週新しいドラマを見ます。Okay. I'm going to watch a new drama next week. Article check. Done. Attributive form check. Predicate check. Topic check. Time check.
来週姉とお茶を飲みます。
来週姉とお茶? Interesting. Ocha o nomimasu. Oh, hey, there it is, nomimasu. We got the nomimasu. The no in nomimasu. Okay. That means we unlocked our third kanji here. So. Alright. Let's see. I'm going to drink with my ane, older sister. I'm going to drink, oh no, I'm going to drink, I keep forgetting, green tea, ocha. I'm going to drink green tea with my older sister next week. Huh. This kind of reminds me of young cha, right? I would just, yeah, young cha next week. Newai. Waigyang, Kosita. Older sister. Is it Ijia? I don't know what order that would be in. Do I know Mandarin? I know Mandarin, yes. I am illiterate in Mandarin. And the dialect that I'm speaking is Fujianese, which is Mandarin still. So, to clarify, I know Mandarin. And Mandarin is now commonly used as a collection of all the dialogues. So, Fujianese is a Mandarin dialect. Does it help with this language? Not really. If you're listening to me speak, I only know how to speak Mandarin. So, the writing portion, I have no idea, but the speaking portion, no, not really. I like to connect it though. So, yes and no. I connect Mandarin with Japanese. If you're a mechanical person, not much of Mandarin pronunciation will help. If I knew, yeah, mechanically, I would say if I knew how to write in Mandarin, mechanically, it might help with the strokes, right? So here are some mechanical things. The yes and no. If you want to go and talk about mechanics, you know, like just mechanics, focus on mechanics, like writing. It's a no for knowledge, but it's a yes for anything mechanical. Just like saying if you play a musical instrument, and you listen to a lot of different types of music, that will help with Japanese and Mandarin and any language. If you speak and make a lot of different noises, like if you voice act, if you read a lot out loud, if you public speak a lot, it will also help you with language. So the mechanics of language is often transferable. So for me, yes, it does help only in it. It helps in the sense that I can make a lot of different noises. So, Fujianese, I speak with my parents all the time. Because I have to make different types of noises, I'm less closed off than someone who has less noises, like different sounds, like nga, like nar, hua, you know, like lots of specific sounds, it kind of helps with in general. So it's kind of like if you need to lift boxes, well, if you did push-ups, it'll probably help you lift boxes because you're probably your muscles can at least do minimal, like have a higher baseline. So yes and no. Intellectually, I'm gonna say not too much. There are some occasional helps. Intellectually, it can cause interference a lot of times, and you have to navigate those. Yeah. So I'm going to drink. Check. Green tea. Check. With aneto. Check. Time next week. We're good.
来週友達とコーヒーを飲みますか？
Okay. 来週
来週
来週 I heard 友達とコーヒーを飲みます。あ？
来週友達とコーヒーを飲みますか？
Okay.
来週兄とコーヒーを飲みます。
来週兄と yeah 来週兄とコーヒーを飲みます。Okay. I'm going to drink coffee with my ani older brother 来週 next week. I'm going to drink coffee with my okay. No article check. Fine. Okay, good.
飲みます。
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 All right. 新聞。
新聞。
新聞。食べます。
食べます。
飲みます。
飲みます。
4時。4時。
4時。
And then 何時。
何時。
来週新しい映画を見ます。
来週新しい映画を見ます。And big disclaimer about when someone asks me if anything's helpful. I generally habitually want to say yes. There are very few things I ever feel like they're not connected. I do not do things not connected. It's all connected. Cue MCU, I guess. Cue the multiverse theory. It's all connected. When I do things, my goal is always to connect as many things that I've ever learned into the skill. It's not productive to me. It doesn't feel productive to me personally if I shelve a skill and then learn another skill without bringing that skill in. So how do I relate this to Mandarin? I do it myself. I intellectually associate to Mandarin. Every time I learn Japanese, I start learning about English grammar again. I've learned more about English grammar in the last couple days than it's been 10 years, maybe 10 plus years since 6 years. The last time I wrote a scientific paper, that's probably the last time I was concerned with English grammar. So I explored more English, more Fujonese. I actually learned a lot of Fujonese too by digging into like Mandarin sites so all this stuff is always connected. I'm learning everything at once. When I'm learning Japanese, I'm also learning about English. Again, I don't shelve my skills. The way I learn is slower, because I'm not learning one thing. I have everything on the line. If I learn Japanese, it's helping me know more about English. If I learn Japanese, it's helping me be able to teach English to Japanese people. And the vice versa. You know, I'm maximizing anything I'm doing. or trying to. I don't usually just focus on a single task. The trade-off is I can be unfocused, and I'm okay with that. It might trigger some people. It's already triggered a couple of people where they're like, well, that's not the fastest way. It's not the most efficient way of learning Japanese. I agree. I absolutely agree. If this makes you upset, I'm sorry. I'm not a person who learns Japanese only to learn Japanese. I learn it to do everything that I could possibly make it about. So it is about being Chinese American who learns Japanese and don't really want to be a Japanese person, right? It is about a video gamer who likes a gamer who plays a lot of Japanese games, also watch anime and read manga, but talks to their parents in Fujianese. So how do I relate all that? Jiane, when you say jiane, if you say jiane instead of jane, you can say all right, okay then in Fujianese. So if you think of jiane and you can inflect the pitch and say jiane, jiane, going down, you just said a phrase in Fujianese, for example. That kind of stuff. It's a lot of fun to find all the connections. And Japanese is super fun when you learn katakana, because every time you learn katakana, there's a chance you'll recognize the word, and oftentimes it's English that they choose. Like Duo often choose English, like jusu, anise. Like how do they get that? I can see there is a beauty in the journey. Yeah. Katakana is a treasure trove. I'm telling you. Like, two guys. I forgot who the two guys is. They explained to me what homu, like homu. You might be thinking, wait, homu? That's not a English word, and it means platforms, like train platforms, right? Train station platforms. But the full phrase is puratura. I think it was like something like puratura homu. Like, so the whole thing ended up being platforms or something like that. And I was like, oh yeah, I hear it. Fair enough. So every time I go into a new lesson, like a new unit in Duolingo, it's an opportunity. What hiragana are they going to pull out, and what katakana are they going to pull out? And so far you get things like tennis, soccer, scatto. I think the newest one was dagio, which is radio. Dagio. That was a little weird. And then newspaper was not the same, which was pretty funny. Newspaper is shinbun, right? So I remember most of these things because I'm looking for things to look forward to. There was another cognate somewhere. I call them cognates, but they're katakanas. They're adopted words. There's things like someone explained to me what consento. Yeah, associations make them stick more. Yeah, for memory, associations is a wonderful technique. And then when you can say it, hear it, that's what you do. Do you not do flashcards to make them stick even more? I do not do flashcards most of the time. Duo uses a flashcard technique already. So when they use boxes like this and they do like pairing, matching, and pattern orienting, that's the only aspect of flashcards that are no longer what I do automatically. So like I do them automatically. So I don't really use flashcards. The flashcards are in my head. I typically use flashcards. So I do orient them in a flashcards. It's nice to write them down though. So I do use that. And Duo makes that flashcard thing. The thing that Anki offers more than Duo is that Anki can be as detailed as you want. So while Duo is entertaining, it's also restrictive. Like the pattern recognition is only very so much depth, right? In Anki, you can fully customize anything, and you also have the entire community who makes as detailed flashcards as possible. So if you're going for depth, Duo is going to struggle with that because it's a prescribed way of connecting. Although I do that rest by myself. So all the associations that I make are in my head. So when I think of what this is, I combined it with all the stuff. I might do Anki in the future, just to see what it's like. It's been a while since I used flashcards. So like, for example, I make inappropriate things too. Like, what I mean by that inappropriate, others don't think this is appropriate. For example, like Raishu, the only reason I remember Raishu is it sounds like right shoe. Like the right shoe. Or if you're really into Pokemon, it sounds like Raichu. And that was my vocab from yesterday. Raishu is the right shoe. And if you know the right shoe, you also know my shoe. As in my shoes. Like my shoe. The phrase. And does that help or not? Well, I think of a shoe. Right? So my shoe is always the right shoe. So if I'm doing something with my shoe, it's also doing it the right shoe. How do I remember that? It's because right shoe, my shoe means every week. And right shoe only means the next week. But if you're doing it every week, you're most definitely doing it next week. And that's why my shoe is the right shoe. That's my mnemonic for my shoe and right shoe. And you can write all of that down on Anki, or and then you can even add more. When I'm thinking of the phrase my shoe, in my head I see a picture of my shoe that I currently am wearing to go on a run. Every morning I get up to put on my shoe, and I place my right shoe second. So when I go on a run, I'll never forget these phrases. So I guess other people's deck will never be as impactful as the one you make yourself. So why download other ones? Yes and no. Obviously you're gonna hear me say yes and no. The impact is when you have a Venn diagram, right? If you draw a Venn diagram, so say this is your pool of knowledge, and you're gonna output Anki. Another person's deck of cards could look like this. Others. And they're gonna output Anki. If this percent overlap is greater than this percent, then the answer is yes. Yes. Yours will have more impact. However, I mean, this is not drawn to proportion, but if you have a situation where your knowledge, right here, your knowledge, your pool is like this, right? Then you still want to download this. Because you have to integrate this amount of information back into your Anki. So when you're outputting Anki with your pool, you can take this larger pool that does not overlap, because this is common knowledge right here. So the comment you made is, if you're making an Anki in this pool, yes, yours will always be more impact that you made yourself. However, all the things that you don't know, that you didn't cover, no matter what, that's still greater than 0. So what you're saying, whenever you're applying all your mnemonics, all your techniques, If there are more things outside of your knowledge, then the others will have a greater impact than you. So that's kind of the situation here. So there is still a high impact for those who make flashcards that you are not aware of at all yet. So if you're using Anki to learn, this is what learning looks like. This right here is if you practice. So when you practice, all the cards you make are common knowledge, as in the people, if you download it. Yeah, the problem is you don't know what you don't know yet. So if you are practicing with Anki, if you're designing practice around Anki, it's with things you know. With things you know. When you are learning with Anki, it's with things you don't know yet. Right? With things you don't know yet. And that's the two sides of flashcards. Anki offers things you don't know yet. And you want to download things you don't know yet, as opposed to helping you with practicing making your own cards with things you do know. And when you download these things and you learn these things, you can take this pool and add it to the things you do know. So that's where what I do most of the time. I take people's advice. I like certain parts of their advice. I take what they know and put it into the pool of practice of what I know. So I take inspirations from other things, take other people's ideas, take other people's mnemonics. I take a lot of people's mnemonics and tricks. And what you do is you slowly, basically, steal. I like to use steal as a fun, like, video game mechanic. You're basically stealing other people's ideas and then making your idea even better, right? Overall. So if I were to learn with Anki, which I have not yet, and I know it's a flashcard thing with the database, my first thing I would do is I would download everything that I don't know. Learning from this 80% of the time, and then spend 20% of the time adding their knowledge to my pool so I can practice. I spend most of my time learning though. Like for me, my engagement requires that I spend most of my time learning things I don't know versus practicing the things I should know. And you'll see me slip up all the time and passing through, but I'm generally used to practicing less, learning more. And I've talked about this a lot. When I think about learning is novel. Practice is awareness. So you are already aware of the knowledge. And together, they make studying. And you have to determine what your balance is. For me, I spend 80% of the time learning and 20% of the time practicing. So why am I not like drilling myself in kana, like writing kana non-stop? Yeah, 20% of the time I'll write kana because I already know kana, right? I spend 80% of the time constantly pushing forward. So I'm always in an uncomfortable state of vocabulary that I don't understand. And Tommy and Indy and Lotus would come by and say, well, you haven't gotten there yet. Well, here's something. Sorry for spoiling it. I'm always in that state. I'm constantly in a state of learning as opposed to practicing. I do practice, which will come up with kanji. So most of my practice now is for kanji. 20% of the time, if I'm doing something I already know, it's probably kanji. Yeah. And Anki, a lot of people, I would say, use Anki to practice. I probably would use Anki to learn most of the time, not to practice. As in, oh, I forgot something, but I already knew it at one point. That's practicing. I would just keep getting new words And then maybe I'll go back 20% of the time, but I would probably push forward in new words. Eventually, this percentage is going to go down, right? It's going to go down and practice is going to go up. And you have to know your threshold. When you practice, it can stagnate. It can make it feel like you're always doing the same thing. So the closer you get, the less and less you start learning some more, and you're getting to like the top, like you're hitting a ceiling or a plateau or something, the higher practice is going to take up, the time practice. And that feeling of doing the same thing will begin to grow. It will continue to expand. And eventually you can decide, what am I going to do? Well, when I reach about 60% learning and 40% learning, actually, I'm probably going to go down to as low as 80-20. So 20% learning, 80% practice, I'm moving to Mandarin. And I'm going to use natural acquisition. An approach called natural acquisition for Japanese. So I'm going to use it like I use English, basically. And I'm going to move to Mandarin. And then I'm going to move to Spanish. If this continues the way it is. If. It doesn't really matter because there might be a video game that it wedged in there somewhere. So the idea is I don't stay if I'm spending most of my time practicing. I'm not a person who practices a lot. I'm a person who focuses on learning. If I forget things, so be it, right? If you're afraid of forgetting things and like turning over things, a lot of times this takes priority. Practicing takes priority. If you fear you're forgetting things. Generally speaking, I don't have that fear. I learn a lot and I keep the things that are important to me. So all the things that aren't, I'm not concerned about. I'm not going to go practice things that I'm going to forget naturally. So I take whatever I can from the Japanese language, basically, and I run with it. I take whatever I'm going to learn from the Japanese language and apply it to Mandarin, and then apply it to Spanish. Just like I'm applying English and Fujianese. I actually know Spanish to some extent, and I still actually know Mandarin to some extent. So I'm already taking whatever I know in learning Japanese right now, and then taking it further. Hey, good evening to you too. Genki desu. Konbanwa. Konbanwa. Genki desu. Buoy. Anyways. So yes and no. If you're gonna plan on using Anki, I'd probably encourage you. Yeah, I probably encourage you to just download things that you don't know yet. If you want to keep learning with Anki. And then if you want to practice, here's the thing, right? It's not to say if you download someone else's Anki, you can swap it up. Say it's not about learning Japanese. What you're trying to learn, if you download someone else's Anki for this case, if they have the same knowledge, then look for something else. Look for how their Anki looks like. Like, what do their Ankis look like? What method did they use? Like, did they include animal pictures, and then you found animal pictures to be really good? Or maybe movie themes? So instead of learning about Japanese, now you're learning about how they Anki. How do they use Anki? And that is very useful too. It's learning to learn with Anki. So there's merit if you want to think of a way where, what about all the ones that the Anki covers the same words that you already made? You can look for something else. It might not be impactful for Japanese. However, you could take ideas from them. Like, oh yeah, you know what? That's pretty boss. Changing everything into a term about Final Fantasy video games. That kind of thing. So you can learn to develop your method to maximize Anki at the same time. It would be another approach to using a source from other people. You're basically trying to, in my opinion, some of the biggest powerful tools for learning is how big their communities are. when their community is big, you take ideas from them. They're there. If they're available, you take ideas and you synthesize it into your own, right? And Duolingo Duo does not have that. So if I had to tell you one thing that highlights something that Duolingo does not have, it does not have an exterior exchanging of information in the community. It's something it trades off for consistency and curation. So there are pros and cons to the approach Anki takes, and there's pros and cons to the approach Duo takes. And for me, I'm not strapped enough where I feel like my learning techniques are boring or it's not enticing enough yet. So I'm not tackling the question of Anki yet. Hopefully that helps. Do I know? Let's see. Yo, do, ri, oh, wait, that's gay, sorry. Gang, no. I'm sorry, Booey. I'm too bad at this still. Let's see. That's hey, right? Then day, that's yo. So yo, o, di, go, o, and then I'm guessing that particle mo, hiroi, hiori desu ka? Wait, hiroi desu ka is a thing? Oh wait, something is also white? Wait, why is it white? Why is this white? Oh, is Duolingo fun? Wow. Oh, I get it. Oh, Duolingo. Oh, Duolingo. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize you could use it that way. Okay. Is Duolingo fun? Yes, it is. It's fun. Possibly not for the reasons most people think Duolingo is fun. I think it's fun because a lot of people have opinions when they see someone use Duolingo. And I think that is the most fun part about Duolingo. So streaming Duolingo is fun, is probably what I would say. And it's fun because I get to talk about learning. Duolingo Japanese has been pretty fun too. I mean, learning Japanese in general has been pretty fun. So there's that. May I ask why you're asking? Have you used Duolingo before, Bowie? This is my only time I've ever learned anything remotely related to Japanese. This is my 31st day, so. And my only language app experience ever is Duolingo. I've formally learned Spanish before, but that was in a classroom setting. From high school to college, Spanish. And English is my native language. Well, English is my primary language, although I speak 2 or 3 other things. That is situational, and I'm also illiterate in them. So English is my only comprehensive, literate language at the moment. I wouldn't even consider being able to read Japanese at this point. Of course not, right? That would be a little. I could barely even figure out that was Duolingo using katakana, I only sounded out the kana as best as I could, and I couldn't even put together. It sounded like Duolingo. Kind of sounds like a 2 apples, right? 2 apples. Or a pair of apples. And then fun. Oh, totemo. Wait, no. Asterisk. Shoken desu. Shoken desu? I mean, I'm new to watch your stream. Oh, hi. Shoken desu. Can you tell me what that means? Shoken desu. Yes, shoken desu. I did not get that vocab yet. Unless, am I being a pep? Hello, asterisk. You have JP at your name. Are you a native Japanese speaker? I haven't actually met. I might have met someone by coincidence. I don't think I've ever. It was one person who asked me why I'm learning Japanese, and it sounded like they were Japanese. As a Japanese person, they said something like, as a Japanese person, they wanted to know why I'm learning Japanese. Are you Japanese too? Asterisk? Because of the JP. And I have another question. Are you also bilingual in English? I've always wanted to meet someone who's a native Japanese speaker who also acquired English a bit later, as in not like acquired them both at the same time. And I always wanted to like pick their brains about something. Can you become fluent off Duolingo? Nojo from YouTube asked. My answer is a resounding no. You cannot. I don't actually think there's a singular tool that you can be fluent from a language perspective. Even as someone who speaks English at a pretty substantial level, I don't even think there's a singular English tool that can do that either. You're Japanese and you just started learning English? Awesome, dude. Dude, how is it? And how are you learning English? I can't even say that in Japanese. Your English is great, by the way. How do I even express? I don't even have the word for learn. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry if I don't know how far your English is. I'm sorry if I'm not using words in a great way. Yeah, I can't ask how are you. Yeah, what are you using? Nani no use. Nani no use. Oh, maybe it's like, yo, I don't even think I know how to say English in Japanese. What do you say? Is it Igirisu go? No way, right? I study at school, but it's basically part of it. Okay. How do you even say English? Do you use Igirisu? So you say like Igirisu go? Indy, help me out. Help me out. We have a Japanese person. Ego. Oh, ego. That's right. Ego. Hey, Indy, this is your opportunity. Asterix is a Japanese person who's learning English. Indy, now it's your time. It's your time to shine. Because I don't know enough Japanese to make the exchange mutual. Like, I can't even express basic phrases, like ask basic questions yet. You're not allowed out of the closet? Don't give me that. Don't give me that. You're totally out. Get out of the coin locker. You know? I don't even... Wait, can I say get out? No, I can't say get out either. Well, anyways, these guys, I feel like Tommy and Indy can at least say so much more in Japanese than I can right now. But it is fun. I'm gonna say Duolingo is quite fun for Louis. But only because there are people in the closet. Not in that way. Sorry, not in that way. Only that I've stored and collected a bunch of Pokemon and put them in a storage locker somewhere. You know? You gotta collect them all, you know? Gotta catch them all. Alright. 来週、新しい映画を見ます。Right? So, I'm going to watch movies or a new movie next week. Yes. 新しい映画を見ます。Yes. I'm going to watch a new movie next week. Okay. Do you run every week? Okay. What? Oh. Right. Oh yeah, Meru. Yeah, Meru. Meru was our other katakana today. I hope you're adding the other guy. Okay, run is one of our new vocabularies. So, hashirimasu. Hashirimasu. Oh man, let me hear it. Can I?
Hashirimasu. Hashirimasu.
Yeah, hashirimasu. So, okay. 毎週走りますか? Yeah, 毎週走りますか? I'm gonna watch a new movie next. Okay. Next week. Sorry, next week. So, 来週来週新しい映画を見ます。Yeah. So, 来週新しい映画 Sorry, 映画 Oh, movie. Sorry, 映画 Yeah. 映画 My bad. 映画を見ます。So, 来週新しい映画を見ます。Yes. And then one more lesson, then we practice kanji. And I am so far behind on my lessons today, but that's okay.
明日新しいゲームをします。
明日新しいゲームをします。Okay. Alright. Let's not forget all our articles now. I'm going to play video games tomorrow. A new video game. A new video game. So, 明日新しいゲームをします。Did I forget anything? I think I'm okay.
ケンさん、来週空手をしますか？
ケンさん、来週空手をしますか？ Okay. And are you going to do karate tomorrow? Or next week, sorry. 来週空手をしますか？ Sorry guys. I just love that you guys can like language exchange by writing. I don't know. That's so I just want to read your conversations from now on instead of learning Japanese. That's so good. Oh man. You guys might as well just keep talking to each other. This hasn't ever happened yet. In 31 days, this has never happened before. And that's so neat. Okay. Anyways. Ken-san, okay, that's fine. So Ken-san, 来週 right? 来週空手をしますか？ Yes.
8時半にシャワーを浴びます。
8時半にシャワーをThis is new too. シャワーを浴びます。そう8時半にシャワーを浴びます。Stop. I shower at 8時半 8:30 8時半 No.
明日母と晩ご飯を食べます。
Oh, it could be. It accepted 2 in D. I forgot. You could say I take a shower. I take a shower at 8:30, and I made shower into a verb. There, it said I shower at 8:30, and they were fine with that. Interesting. Okay. 明日母と晩ご飯を食べます。Okay. I'm going to eat dinner with my mom tomorrow. 明日母と晩ご飯を食べます。Going to 晩ご飯母と明日4時
4時。
ナオミさん、明日何時にヨガをしますか？
Whoops.
ナオミさん、明日何時にヨガをしますか？ナオミさん。
Is that a interjection?
ナオミさん、明日何時にヨガをしますか？
Okay. 明日 明
明
日何時
何時に
何時に I heard
ナオミさん、明日何時にヨガをしますか？
ヨガ OK 何時にヨガ
ヨガを
をします
しますか？ナオミさん、明日何時にヨガをしますか？
OK ナオミさんナオミさん明日何時ヨガをしますか？ Every week 毎週
毎週。
明日何時にゲームをしますか？
OK 明
明
日
日
何時
に
何時にゲーム
します
あ
します
をしますか？
明日何時にゲームをしますか？
OK 明日何時ゲームをしますか？新聞新聞
新聞。
新聞新聞
明日何時にケンさんと遊びますか？
OK I heard 明日
明日何時に
何時に I heard ゲーム so 何時に Wait Did I? No
明日何時にケンさんと遊びますか？
ケンさんと
明日何時にケンさんと遊びますか？
遊びますか Okay Okay to hang out right ケンさん
ケンさん
と遊びますか？
遊びますか？明日何時にケンさんと遊びますか？明日何時にケンさんと遊びますか？
明日何時にケンさんと遊びますか？来週
来週。
明日何時にナオミさんと遊びますか？明日何時に
What was the person? Is it Ken-san again?
明日何時にナオミさんと遊びますか？
Okay,
ナオミさん
と
遊びますか？明日何時にナオミさんと遊びますか？
Yeah. So, 明日何時明日何時にナオミさんと遊びますか？ Alright, it's kanji time. Did we get all 4 kanji? Oh, we only got 3 kanji. That's fine. We'll do it for the next 15 minutes. Here we go. Shinbun. Alright.
新聞
新聞。
Ooh. Oh. Oh. Oh.
新聞
Oh, that's something.
新聞
I was not. Wow. Oh wait, actually, the
新聞。
two. Oh. Oh, okay. No, never mind.
新聞。
It still obeys how I learned that being one stroke is different though. I didn't think this
新聞
the corner
新聞
was one stroke. But I get it. Like this one. I didn't think it was one stroke.
新聞
Oh, this is kind of satisfying.
新聞。
Oh no. I
新聞
missed that stroke.
新聞
新聞。
Oh, okay. That's
新聞。
that's such a different angle. Oh. Oh no. Stroke order. Oh no. That's not great either. Okay. All right, hold
新
up.
聞
Okay. Well, that's something. That's for sure. And this is tabemasu ka? Okay.
食べます。
食べます。
Tabemasu? Oh, yeah, tabemasu. Sorry. I said ka. I don't know why I said that. Oh, no. That is different. Oh, boy.
食べます。
Okay. Sure. This one. Okay. I'm going to have some stroke
Tabemasu.
order. My stroke order is going to be...
食べます
Can't even get that. I don't know about this one. No. Okay.
食べます。
Okay.
食べます。
Oh. Yeah. Oh no. No. This one I need to see way more. And then it's this. And then this.
食べます
That's gonna be rough. Hold up. Oh no, I keep forgetting that one. And this one, I think it's 2 strokes. Oh no. Okay,
食
hold
べ
up.
ます。
How deep was this? There.
食べます。
Okay. Okay. Oh, that was too far down. Not down enough. And then we have Nomimas soon, once we get back around. But Shinbun. Alright, let's really focus, right? Oh! Oh yeah. I need to turn this off. Because it's gonna screw it up.
新聞。
Okay. Three.
新
Yeah,
聞
sure.
新聞
新聞。
Okay.
新聞。
新聞
新聞。 新聞。
新聞。
That's too far. Ah. Oh no. My pen double tapped. Not cool. Not the greatest.
食べ
Keep
ます。
going. Not the greatest first. Okay.
食べます
Okay.
食べます。
Oops.
食べます。
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 食べます。食べます。
食べます。
All right. Nomimas.
飲みます。
飲みます。
Okay. That's fine. That's still fine. All right.
飲みます。
Those are not fine.
飲みます。
Those are definitely not fine.
飲みます。飲みます。
飲みます。
Okay.
飲みます。
飲みます。飲みます。
飲みます。
飲みます。
飲みます。飲みます。
Oh no. I don't. Is it like this? Oh no.
飲みます。
No, it's up. It's going up. Incline. It's like this. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay.
新聞。
新聞。
Oh, whoops.
新聞。
新聞。
新聞。新聞。
新聞。
新聞。
新聞。新聞。
新聞。
食べます。
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 食べます。食べます。
Oops.
食べま
Stroke
す。
order. Stroke order.
食べます。
Oops.
食べます。食べます。
Yee.
食べます。
Okay.
飲みます。
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 飲みます。飲みます。
飲みます。
飲みます。
That's not the right direction.
飲みます。
Oops.
飲みます。
I'm not going
Nomima-
further down enough there. All right. Okay.
新聞。
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 新聞。新聞。
新聞。
新聞。新聞。
新聞。
新聞。
食べます。
食べます。
食べます。食べます。
食べます。
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 食べます。食べます。
食べます。
飲みます。
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 飲みます。飲みます。
飲みます。
飲みます。飲みます。
飲みます。
飲みま
Okay, that was 15 minutes. Okay. Alright. See. No. You wanna... Aku, after 1 month, what is your favorite Japanese word or vocabulary? Ooh. Why do you ask such loaded questions like that? How dare you? A favorite Japanese word? I mean, okay, here's the deal. Long story short, I tend to favor the things that I just recently encountered because of novelty. So, shinbun, like boon is awesome. Boon is a great. I just boon. Just boon it up. Boon. I really like boon. So for now, I mean, if we're thinking about like frequency. Frequency. Yomimasu. Probably. Yomimasu. Or hanashimasu. Or hanashiru, I guess. I imagine that's the... But to speak, to read, and to talk or to speak is great. So hanashimasu in that specific form. So hanashimasu and yomimasu, probably. Because, I mean, reading and speaking. Maybe kikimasu as well. Pretty much most of the verbs, I suppose. Want to go to New York? Hey, I'm from New York. Or I think maybe you're New York City? Ooh, let me try reading this. Inami ni watashi wa and now I'm gone. Then we have Tolkakanai. Kana. Interesting. Live in the countryside. Cute. Tokyo. It's nice. New York. Not sure about it. I want to go to big city. Aww. And I want to see the Statue of Liberty. Oh, is that how you write it? That's awesome. Gonna take some pictures. Hamburgers? Oh man, I wish I could say that in Japanese right now. Well, not like that specifically, but I want to go see how do I say see? I don't even know the word for see. Wait, I do know what to see. No, but that's watch. Is watch still the same? Is mimas the same as see? So like Tokyo, I don't know, Tokyo Tower. Tokyo Tower omimasu. I don't know. I'm sorry. That's all I got. I kind of want to go to Tokyo Tower. Like, at least see Tokyo Tower. You know. Osaka is nice. There's always Kyoto. Oh my gosh. What is that? What did Tommy say? I'm gonna have so much fun trying to figure out what the heck are you guys saying to each other. Thinking about America. And I see pizza. I do see pizza. But it's like pizza. Oh, do you want? Do you like pizza, or do you enjoy pizza? And then, I think pizza is Italian cuisine. There's a word, bubon, to hold your heart. Oh, bubon. That's kind of. Oh, bubon. That's kind of nice. New York wa ga pizza. Oh, you're talking about New York pizza. You're talking about New York style pizza. That's cool. Twice. Oh, you didn't know about. Oh, see, this is what I like. This is real time Japanese reading, right? Erika no something particle wa itsu itsu. I feel so way out of my depth. I feel indie knows there's just so much more. All right, well, I'm gonna continue doing my lessons and guessing what you guys are saying. Okay, carry on. By the way, carry on. I like reading this. You can't travel because you're a student. Hey, Indy, how do you say foreign exchange? I don't know if that's good. Is there like study abroad programs wherever for students? I don't even know how old you have to be to study abroad. Tabemasu.
Shinbun.
Wait. I just realized I didn't get the kanji for tabemasu. Oh no, wait, I did get the kanji for tabemasu. That's the one where like Wait. That's the one like That's a little big, but it was like something like this. This heckin' program, I swear. Yeah. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, tabimasu. Never mind. Okay. Oh, I didn't even listen to what I was supposed to. I didn't even listen to that. Okay. Right. Dagio. So, 毎日ラジオを聞きます。Right? So, 毎日ラジオを聞きます。
何時
Okay.
何時
何時 Oh, that was not what I thought. Okay, so we don't have nanji. And I'm gonna guess maybe nanji is written whoops, I lifted. Probably like It might be inside first though. Right? It could be like, I don't think so. No, I think you do. Oh, maybe you do. This way kind of feels weird. Yeah, this is not stored. Nanji, G, we already have G, but Nanji, the Nan don't have stored. I don't really know what the stroke pattern is.
何時に朝ごはんを食べますか?
Top stroke first. Middle. Okay. Hold up. So you're saying top stroke first, middle, and right side last. Top stroke first, like these two. And then middle. And then like that. First, normally. Like this? Was that closer? Oh, okay. I see. Oh, okay. All right. I got it. Fine. Heckin' Tommy. Okay. All right, fine. Okay, so when you grow up, you got still in middle school student. I see. Oh, you're really quite young. Your English is great. Much better than my Japanese, that's for sure. Or my lack of Japanese.
何時に朝ごはんを食べますか?
How do I say how do you say yours? I just realized I don't know how to say yours. Like, you point to the person. I only know he, she, it's, someone's, and mine. How do you say you? New? Like, new... Ego wa good. Oh my gosh, that's so terrible. It's the me. What do you... Anata. Okay, anata, but you usually use someone's name. Oh, Jozu. So like asterisk, I don't know, asterisk san no ego ha josu. Oh, you are skilled at English. Okay. Oh, and I guess if I just said ego ha josu, it just implies that you are skilled, right? It implies the you instead of speaking to someone as a third person, right? Instead of implying a third person by name. Okay. Ego ha. So why does... Yeah, so why? No, thanks. So why does ego get ha? Ha is a particle for Josu? Oh yeah, that makes sense. So skilled at English. Okay. What about ego? Okay, yeah, I get it. Never mind. That is the particle. Ego ha Josu. Jozu. Interesting. And anata. But you usually use someone's name. Okay. This is awesome, by the way. I just let me third party all the Japanese and like Japanese, English back and forth. You know what would be even cooler? Japanese one way and then English the other way. That's awesome too. Like this is turned into a real life like video game at this point. And I'm just like third partying the discussion.
何時に朝ごはんを食べますか?
You should say wa if you use conjunctive particle. Oh, is that the correction on Uka? Oh, maku san wa something, and then I'm guessing that's the wa, and then I have no what the rest is. Atarashi. Oh, am I a new learner? Did you just call me a noob? Indy just called me a like heckin' Japanese noob. Thanks. Actually, that's very helpful. Actually.
何時に朝ごはんを食べますか? 何時に朝ごはんを食べますか? 何時に
朝ごはんを食べますか? What I heard?
朝ごはん
を食べますか?
何時に朝ごはんを食べますか?
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 Yes. You often listen to the radio. So, よくラジオを読みますか? 読みますか? So, よくラジオ Where the heck is
ラジオ
Whoops. ラジオを聞きますか?
聞きますか?
So, よくラジオよくラジオを聞きますか?
何時に起きますか?
何時にI heard 聞きますか? That's not right.
何時に起きますか?
起きますか?
何時に
起きますか?
起きますか?
Oh no.
起きます
起きます 起きます is run 起きます is run. Yeah?何時に起きますか? No, get up. Ugh. It's get up. Okay. Alright, it's fine. 起きます It's fine. Gotta focus, I suppose. 時々 Tokidoki shinbun. 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 Tokidoki shinbun o yomimasu ka? Oh, no, just yomimasu. So. O yomimasu. So. Tokidoki shinbun o yomimasu. What was I saying?
時々
Tokidoki
新聞
shinbun
を
o
読みます
yomimasu. Yeah. Shinbun.
新聞
Shinbun. Mitsu.
水
Mitsu. And Isai.
小さい
Tabemasu.
食べます
And Nanji.
何時
何時に新聞を読みますか？
Okay.
何時に？
Nanji ni. I just said all I heard was Nanji ni
新聞を
o
読みますか？
yomimasu ka?
何時に新聞を読みますか？
Nanji ni shinbun o yomimasu ka? Oh, take care. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. I don't even know what time it is in Japan, but what was it? Oyasumi something. Oh no. Good night. Good night. Have a good one. Oh, he isn't leaving? Oh. Who else is leaving? Oh, Tommy's leaving. I'm not catching up. Oh, Tommy's leaving. Sorry. I don't know what time it is in Japan though. Is it like in the morning right now? Yeah, he's saying goodnight to Tommy. I just saw that. Okay. Hold up. What? No. You. Okay. Right, it's time. Okay. Take care, Tommy. It's early morning? Okay, it's early morning. Okay, cool. Wait, early morning on a Sunday. Early morning on a Sunday, okay. 10:50 a.m. Okay. Nice. It's nice to be able to exchange language. I don't even know how to say conversation. I don't have a lot of experience reading conversation yet, so I don't know if Indy can convey that. But for me, I haven't had the chance to read a lot of conversation in Japanese, so it's kind of cool, really cool. I think your English is great.
何時に新聞を読みますか？
And Indy can finally use his Japanese. Now I don't have to put him in the closet every time. Okay. Nanji.
何時
And I can like piggyback off the conversation and try to pick apart the conversation. 食べます。
食べます
10
10
6
6
and 新聞
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 いつも9時に新聞を読みます。
You can't listen at the moment, so you want listening skills? I'm there with you. I am there with you. How do you say I feel? I feel the same. I don't even know how to say the same. Now that I'm talking and I'm trying to say something, there are so many things I can't say. You just say go on. Wait, not Gohan. Go. Wait. Why am I go me? Wait, that's not me. I don't want to talk about it. I've forgotten that hiragana right now. Oh wait, didn't work. I'm just gonna stick to this.
いつも9時に新聞を読みます。
いつも、いつも、いつも mean. Oh, いつも is Hmm.
いつも9時に新聞を読みます。
いつも9時
9時にいつも9時に新聞を読みます。新聞を読みます。
Always. いつも Okay. Always. That was from yesterday.
いつも7時に朝ごはんを食べます。
いつも7時に朝ごはんを食べます。いつも7時に朝ごはんを食べます。I eat breakfast. I always eat breakfast at 7時に or 7時 Okay, at 7 o'clock.
何時に晩ご飯を食べますか？
何時に晩ご飯を食べますか？何時に晩ご飯を食べますか？ What do you eat dinner?
いつも9時半に起きます。
いつも9時半に起きます。起きます is to get up. I get up at 9時半 9:30. I always get up. いつも9時半に起きます。
新聞
How do I screw this up?
新聞
Introducing the Duolingo Family Plan. Encourage all your favorite people to learn a language with unlimited hearts, no ads, and more to help them learn fast. Add anyone to your plan. Your family, your friends, anyone. Save together, learn together with the Duolingo Family Plan.
It's okay, guys. I let the ad play because it's an ad. Nihon Hana. Kind of looks like Hana. Really? Maybe. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Hindi. How do you say pork buns? Is it transferable from Mandarin? Like, is it more like cha siu? I'm not sure what kind of verb feel is. Oh no. Yeah. How do you say I feel the same? Like, or I guess you could say me too. Is there a phrase for like me too? Like watashi something. That's what you're trying to say? Yeah. Two. Watashi same. That would be a very useful phrase. Pork buns is oh, it's like okay. I don't know the kana for the first kanji. Then we have man. So pork, like buta, yeah, butaman, yeah, pig, yeah. I know the word for pig. So that's oh, that's the kanji for, okay, butaman. I mean, that makes sense. But that is what I'm eating as a curiosity. Okay. Actually, let's get our hearts back first. Yeah.
新聞
Inbun?
3時ごろ晩ご飯を作ります。
3時頃3時頃3時頃半3時頃晩ご飯を作ります作ります作ります作ります作ります。
作ります。
作ります。Right. Okay. So, 3時頃晩ご飯を作ります。I make dinner at 3 o'clock. At around 3 o'clock. What the heck? Says a few weirdos out there. Sorry, weirdos. Yoji.
4時。来週その映画を見ますか？
来週その映画を見ますか？Are you going to watch that movie? Oh, interesting. Right. Sono Ega. Sono Ega. Are you gonna watch that movie next week? Raishu.
よく新聞を読みます。
Okay. Oh, hold up. Okay. So I heard yoku shinbun yoku shinbun o mimasu ka?
よく新聞を読みます。
Yomimasu. Okay. Yoku shinbun o mimasu.
よく新聞を読みます。
O mimasu. Okay. Oh. Yomimasu. Oh. Yikes. Okay.
毎週走ります。
No one say anything. Okay. I didn't hear the yo in there. Okay. My shoe. What? My shoe. Oh no. My shoe. This is the new one. My shoe. Hashirimasu. Hashirimasu. My shoe hashirimasu. Which is I run every week. Which is true. I would go with mainichi. Mainichi hashirimasu. It's true. I can actually say that. This is the first phrase I can actually say. Maishu hashirimasu. I have. When I hit Alt Enter, I can't toggle the this thing. What happens after you hit Alt Enter? I can't toggle between these things.
毎週花さんと走ります。
So it goes to this after I hit Alt Enter. Alt Enter switches it between English and or Alt. Was it Alt? It's Alt something. Alt Shift. Yeah, Alt Shift changes between these things. Sorry, Alt Shift changes between the display, but then I need another button to change it from conversion to that. It doesn't save for this, so I have to go down and right click this at the moment. Is there another button? Another like key? So then it switches to this, right? So I just go down and click anyways because I have to click both of them. Maybe Indy knows. So yeah, Alt Shift does change it between the two. Yeah, from Japanese to English. Brave accent key. Oh no. Yeah, I can't switch it from going from kana to shift left alt. No, shift left alt changes it from Japanese to English again. I know. Oh. It's this button? Oh, wait. Here we go. Hold up. No. Button left of 1. Guys. I don't have an F key. Guys, I don't have an F row key. Remember that. So I have to function 1, Alt F, function 1. Function escape. Okay. Button left of 1. What is usually the button left of 1? Wherever your grave key is. Why have I never heard of a grave key? What the heck's a grave key? I'm getting cultured about keyboard lingo now. That looks like an apostrophe, right? So Alt. Grave key plus Alt. That doesn't... That does, Oh, maybe it's this one you're talking about. No. Maybe this one? Click in a text box. Oh. Click in a text box and then... no. That's toggling my web browser. Hold up. Maybe it's this? No. 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 Huh. Yeah, I haven't really found what it is. It's not apostrophe. I clicked on every button. I held Alt down and clicked on a bunch of buttons. Oh, that's the backspace. All the numbers don't work. Eventually, I'm gonna accidentally hit something I don't want to, but oh, that doesn't work either. Yeah, I don't know. I can only switch between Japanese display. Google grave key. Okay, let me look. Grave key on keyboard. What is the key for the grave? What the heck is that? This is usually the button immediately above the tab. Grave is currently known as the key. At that key, grave is also known as a backtick. I don't actually think I have a backtick button. Yeah, I don't have a backtick button. Let me see if it's anywhere here. No, I don't think I have a backtick button. I'm gonna have to find out what is a backtick button on a 60%. Yeah, there's no backtick buttons on 60%. Let's see, on a 60% keyboard. Where the heck is the backtick button on a 60% keyboard? Oh, it's still the escape button. Okay. So why doesn't it work? The heck? So it's Alt. Yeah, it doesn't work. Alright, maybe another time. It keeps taking me out of the browser. It's my escape key. It's supposed to be my escape key anyways. No shortcuts. Doesn't really work. So we'll just stick with clicking.
毎週花さんと走ります。
毎週花さんは遊びます。
毎週花さんと走ります。
Oh, 走ります。Oh, wait.
毎週花さんと走ります。
Oh. To 走ります。
来週新しいテレビを買います。
Yeah, so just to give you an idea, I'm gonna pull this out. I lost it. I need to go get the cord. My keyboard is it's a 60% keyboard. So there's no typical row up here. It's a 60% keyboard. So for whatever reason, I gotta go get the cord back. It's missing a couple rows. Well, it's missing 2 rows at the top. Okay. Laishu atarashi terebi o kaimasu. I never thought I wanted the function roll. I think most people don't use Japanese, so there's no key. Oh, no, that's interesting. Oh, so they don't convert it? They just use Romaji. Like, it just comes out Romaji? Huh. That's so interesting. I'm going to buy a new TV next week.
毎晩シャワーを浴びますか？
My bun. Oh boy. Shawa. Oh. Wait.
毎晩シャワーを浴びますか？
Shawa. Don't remember that word.
毎晩シャワーを浴びますか？
Oh no, that doesn't work that way. I have to hold up. Oh, it's wait. Oh, Abi Maska. Of course, it's Abi Maska. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. Was Shawa? Yeah, Shawa was fine.
毎週父と走ります。
You're using US keyboard, but it's 80%, so there is the key. Oh, okay. Ah, I see. Yeah, I haven't ever thought that I should replace my keyboard up till now. Now I kind of like... Fair enough. My shoe chichito... My shoe chichito... 走ります。走ります。
走ります。
Run, right? I run with my dad every week. My shoe.
明日新しい漫画を買います。
Okay. 明日Oh my gosh, that's not what you're supposed to do. Oh, I don't have ashita yet, so we're gonna just enter here. And then we don't have ashita yet. I have seen that though. Ashita. Tadashi. I heard manga. I must. Dang it! Stop! Oh, you could do it that way instead.
明日新しい漫画を買います。
What just happened? Wait.
明日新しい漫画を買います。
What just happened? Something weird just happened. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's fine.
明日新しい漫画を買います。明日新しい漫画を買います。
Okay. Yeah, the thing is, earlier, Indy, were you here? Tommy and I were talking about how flexible it might be when you hit space, but generally speaking, I've been hitting enter where there wasn't a kanji that I wanted to do. And then sometimes if I knew where there was kana and kanji and you hit space, you enter the whole thing. But the whole time I've been entering is what I did was I enter all the phrases as is so that I don't get into that part where some of the kanji shows up and I can't confirm if that's the kanji, right? So naturally I thought I could save some time, but it looks like to some extent it's a hit and miss for me. So Tommy was talking about how you can just press space instead and have like the kana and the kanji sort itself out most of the time, and I've been hitting all the phrases one at a time, right? All the words one at a time. I make lunch around 12:30, so 12時半 Okay, 12時半 that works. Very nice. And then goro hiru gohan will make. Oh no, make. Not used to sounding out make yet. It's suku skurimasu, right? Skurimasu. So skurimasu. Wait. Skurimasu. There will be some times when you need to input what you want solely because the computer put. Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't do that in the first place. So I'm doing a catch-all. Instead, where I type everything individually and entering and spacing all the phrases, right? Oh, did I forget? Okay, 12, right? 12時半頃昼ご飯 Something looks weird there. No. Yeah, something looks weird there. Oh, wait. I missed, Where did this come from? I didn't type this. No, this is a typo. Yeah, this is a typo right here.
毎日4時に泳ぎます。
Okay. Wait, did you say mine?
毎日4時に泳ぎます。毎日4時に泳ぎます。毎日4時に泳ぎます。
Oh.
毎日4時に泳ぎます。
What?
毎日4時に泳ぎます。
Oh. Oh.
毎日4時に泳ぎます。 毎日4時に泳ぎます。 毎日4時に泳ぎます。
Wait, why does this... Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Fine. Wait. Oh, okay. Okay. So I'm not hearing that improperly, right? Oops. So they're doing a yogi. Yeah, okay. That's what's tripping me up. I'm like, I swear they're saying to swim, but like the other way, it wouldn't make any sense. So I'm like, what are you reading? So, okay, so 毎日4時に泳ぎます。泳ぎます。Yeah, okay.
毎日4時に泳ぎます。
Right? No, it's not. No, I'm confused. Wait, oh no, I had a typo, didn't I? Wait, I have a typo. What did I typo? Oh, wait. Oh no. You don't put the oyogimasu. Oh, you don't put the O in oyogimasu. Oh, whoops. Oh, no, never mind. This is ni. Whoops. Oh, you don't have an extra O. What am I doing? No, there's no O. And then we pronounce and O separately? Yeah, well, the standard does not separate them. Yeah, they don't. I hear the wo and I also hear the nga sometimes. And I go back and forth. I totally understand. Asterisks. Yeah. Wo and o. Like these two? Yeah. Actually, they kind of separate it in here. One is o and all. O and all is what they use as the phrase. Like I actually hear a difference, even though it's not wall and o, but that's I'm imitating what they're saying. keep forgetting what that one kanji that you use. Ekin. Okay. Try this. Ju. Juji Han. Juji Han. Goro. Photo. Oh man. Okay. It's like wa o shawa o I don't have kanji for this, right? Nobimasu? Okay. What now? Wait. Wait, what's going on? Oh. Abimas. It's Abimas. Okay. It's Abimas. Okay. Off we go again. It's fine. It's fine. It's pretty much Indy's fault, so, you know, just keep going. Raishu. Judo wo shimasu. Wo shimasu ka? Okay. Raishu. Gotta, like, enter. Tadashi. Eiga wo mimasu. Come on. I can. Okay.
よく新聞を読みます。
Okay. よく新聞を
よく新聞を読みます。
Okay.
毎晩シャワーを浴びますか？ 毎晩シャワーを浴びますか？
Dang it. Okay. Uh, that's not right. Oh my gosh, I wasn't even close. That's Skurimas. Which one was I thinking of? Running? I was thinking of running. Oh my gosh. Like in 12:30.
毎日4時に泳ぎます。毎日4時に泳ぎます。毎日4時に泳ぎます。
What? What? What is happening? Can I do it this way? I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna get around that.
毎日4時に泳ぎます。
Oh. Um. Julji-han goro. Julji-han goro. Shower. Shower wo. Shower wo. Abimasu. Did abimasu? Yes, abimasu, I think. Okay. Right. 土日 Han. Goro. Hiru. Gohan. Oh. Tsukurimasu. 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 Okay, all that just to get... Oh my gosh. Yeah. All the new vocab is pretty taxing at the moment. Okay. Okay. Gotta get to the end of this, right? That's a good question. What's Western Japan like? Wait. Are we talking like... Are we talking like Kyushu? Like far west? Like Kyushu? Oh, Shikoku. Yeah, it's the countryside, all right. Mm-hmm. How do I say this? Do you watch TV shows of English people traveling around Japan? Indy, are you telling me or are you telling the person? Because I know quite a lot about Japan, like in general. But I'm curious, Asterix, if you watch those videos, you might get it might be fun to listen. It might be fun to listen to them, is what I'm saying. Like they'll talk about Japan, but they'll also try at their Japanese every once in a while, but I watch a lot of Japanese programs. Not Japanese programs. People who travel to Japan and like document about it. Yeah, just about hearing words that just hearing English in general in the context of Japan. Because there's quite a lot of that kind of content. Which is to say, I hope one day, maybe in the future, I hope one day I can speak like they speak, but in Japanese. These people are not Japanese speakers. Okay. All I could tell is you answered Indy's question and Indy was able to read it. Good job, Indy. Oh man. Mainichi. Bore. Be. Wait. Bade. バレーボール right バレーボール
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 をします。
Oh, they are asking my question again in Japanese. Ah, I see. I hope one day I can watch so I guess to reflect to say the same thing back. I hope one day I can watch a Japanese person come to the like a Japanese person visiting the United States and watching the Japanese person speak in Japanese while describing the United States, describing America, right? So one day that's kind of my goal. Like I want to be able to hear a Japanese person come to America, right? And just speak Japanese and I can understand the programming, like what they're trying to say. It'd be really cool.
時々バレーボールをします。
So long way. Such a long way though.
時々バレーボールをします。
時々 Man, so Indy, you are sandbagging like crazy. Both. I like watching travel. I do enjoy watching travel programs a lot. And I like watching I don't know if you know this one guy, but I forgot what his channel is. Like Takashi interviews. I kind of enjoy hearing Takashi interview people in Japan. And he often interview people who are bilingual, right? And half of it, the introductions are in Japanese, and he kind of asks questions, and then the people who answer answer in mix. Sometimes like half of it would be in Japanese, half of it would be English, and that's usually what I do on my free time nowadays. I don't know what his channel is called. I think his name is Takashi. I don't know his family name. I don't know his family name. Most of his interviews are in Tokyo, though, because I recognize Kabukicho in one of them, and a lot of other landmarks like Shibuya. Yeah. Takashi from Tokyo. Yeah. Takashi from Tokyo. Yeah. I like watching the shorts because some of it's in English, some of it's in Japanese, and you get used to hearing lines that people would say back and forth when he asks questions and stuff. So that's the stuff that I'm watching a lot of recently. Just watching, like paying attention to the back and forth of English and stuff. English and Japanese. I think it's kind of entertaining. And then you get to see the people of Japan at the same time. Like different people. Japan. Yeah. Thanks, Indy.
時々バレーボールをします。
時々sorry バレーボールをします。
時々バレーボールをします。
4時
Do you watch it at all, Indy? I imagine you're way past that now, right? You have no problems here listening to those conversations. They're usually like greetings, maybe some things about job or life in Japan, or like things about how long they took to adapt or stuff like that. You used to watch that and abroad in Japan? I see. Fair enough. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at right now. That's as much as I can understand or pick out. One other one also. Yeah, I want to find a really fun couple. I used to watch June and I forgot his wife's name. June's Kitchen, but they don't really speak Japanese that much. So it wasn't like the greatest opportunity. They're largely English speaking. I think they're still going. They sometimes have videos like adventures with June and I'm so sorry, I don't remember her name, because it was largely June's Kitchen that got me into that guy's content when he was cooking. He had the most adorable cats. Nekos. Actually, I guess should you just say Neko now? It's kind of uncomfortable adding S's to Japanese words. So weird. you know you have a problem when now you feel the weirdest slight twinge of blasphemy when you add an S to the Japanese noun. Like now you it's like, oh, I gotta wash my mouth. Also, earlier I was doing karaoke with another streamer. Cute. Go on. Oh. So what you're saying is you're gonna fit right into the Japanese culture. I'm just kidding, that's a stereotype, but still. You love singing? I would totally be on board with that. I would totally be on board with that sentiment if it doesn't feel like my throat is always raw after every stream. The closest thing I can get to you is I like voice acting. I'm a fan of voice acting. I don't think I don't think my vocal cords can stay up to singing on top. Okay. Miji o nonde. Drink water? Mitsu, sorry. Mitsu nonde. I'm like, wait a minute. I know some of these. You wanted to use you wanted to do that. I can wait. Why didn't you wait, is that the command form? This would have been the opportune moment. Is nonde the command form? Oh, it's the command. It's a command like that. Okay. Yeah, you don't get a chance to use the command form too much. Oh, wait. Yeah, like you're giving orders. Yeah, the command form. I'm still waiting for I'm still waiting for store. Like or stuff. I want to say I want you to go back, like stuff your I want to stuff people in coin lockers. That's what I want to say. I want to say be able to say to stuff people in storage lockers. Or store away people, or hide. Oh, hide might be okay. Hide is probably a verb you could use, a predicate you can use. And Indy, I imagine you could answer that. Okay. Shoe. Wait. My shoe.
毎週
バスケットボール
バスケットボールを
をします。
します。
4時。
4時。
よく花さんとバレーボールをします。
That almost sound like Yokohama, but it's Yokohama. It's actually Yokuhana-san. Yokuhana-san to volleyball is gonna get me every time. バレーボールをします。バレーボールをします。I'm pretty jealous right now that you can do that, Indy. I'm just saying. Jealous. I play volleyball with... I often play volleyball with Hana. That's it.
「毎週姉と空手をします」。
Okay. Here,
毎週
I heard karate をします but I think I missed the
毎週姉と空手をします。
姉と
姉と
空手
テレビします。
I'm clicking
しま
on
す。空手を
します。
します。毎週姉と空手をします。
毎週姉と空手をします。
毎週泳ぎます。
毎週泳ぎます。Oh, okay. I'm getting okay. I swim every week.
毎日5時頃晩ご飯を作ります。
毎日 Okay, 毎日5時I think I heard 5時
毎日5時
頃 The rest
毎日5時頃晩ご飯を作ります。
Oh
晩ご飯
ご飯を
作ります。
作ります。
毎日5時頃晩ご飯を作ります。
So, 毎日5時 Wait a minute. Yeah. 毎日5時頃5時頃晩ご飯を作ります。作ります。
3時ごろ晩ご飯を作ります。
3時ご飯、3時ごろ晩ご飯を作ります。Okay. I make bangohan. I make bangohan around 3 o'clock. Oops. No article check. Okay, 作ります。晩ご飯3時頃。Okay.
毎週ケンさんとバレーボールをします。
毎週ケンさんと
毎週ケンさんとバレーボールをします。
バレーボールをします。
毎週ケンさんとバレーボールをします。
Okay.
食べます。
4時。
4時。
読みます。
読みます。
何時 and 新聞。
新聞。
毎日4時にヨガをします。
That came a little fast.
毎日4時にヨガをします。毎日毎日4時にヨガをします。4時にヨガをします。毎日4時にヨガをします。
Okay. The Duolingo had weird pronunciation. I got meaning like we played basketball without making plan. Yeah. There's are you familiar with Duolingo, Asterix? So the way they generate the voices, they're synthetic. Actually, Indy, how do you say synthetic voices? I'm not sure if synthetic voices is going to translate. Synthetic voices, and then they're corrected. They're curated or reviewed by people who speak Japanese. So there can be some weird funkiness. Oh, that's a good way to express it. Duolingo ni AI. Ah, yeah, that's a good way. Okay, take care, Asterix. Thanks for chilling. Yes. じゃあね。Thanks. Okay.
10時ごろ昼ご飯を作ります。
I gotta get used to seeing all those lines. Oh, which by the way, Indy, listen. I know it's not my place. I feel like a shill now. I went to the Duolingo store, right? And I'm gonna be real. There are 3 plushies available at the Duolingo store. Okay, hear me out. Apparently, now I know their name. So this guy is Falstaff, right? And there's Duo, and then there's Lily, right? There are 3 plushies. However, they have a promo. If you buy one plushie and buy another, you get a slight discount. Now hear me out. I'm gonna have to apologize to Lily, but Duo and Falstaff's plushie, absolutely amazingly adorable. And every time I see Falstaff, there's something about moody people that I really enjoy. So, I don't know. It's a tough call. They're not cheap either. Just saying. They're not cheap. But yes, I might have to actually acquire some plushies. I haven't bought a knickknack in so long. Yeah, Lily is the purple lady. Yeah, the other moody one. I like I mean, I have a more gravitation towards plushies that are in animal form, you know, like an animal, as opposed to people. So the plushie was kind of a little weird thing to keep like a tiny person. So I'm tempted. I will probably acquire me a Falstaff and a Duo plushie, just as a gift back to it. Oh, which by the way, since you're away, guess what, Indy? You and I, you got to be ready, right? When when dual music comes out, Duo music, we got to learn to see how much we know about actually music theory and stuff, right? Or what they're gonna do with music, right? Right? I mean, you love singing. I was talking to Tommy earlier about it. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do yet. Like, are they gonna go over music theory, music concepts, ear training? Like, the sky's the limit. I hope they go over sheet music. Yeah, I hope they go over like pitch. You know, like pitch, chord progression, harmonies, dissonance, like maybe even go to like subgenre stereo, like AI generated subgenre stuff, you know, because they have AI generation, so they can generate patterns pretty regularly. In fact, AI music using for training to produce basic beats and archetypes is great. My personal finger cross is that they're going to teach music theory again. It's been so long since I've learned about music theory. So things like reading sheet music, concepts, structure, beats, rhythm, measures. That would be so interesting. Like maybe they might test audio acuity, like pitching up, pitching down. That would be so neat. So that's a thing, by the way. That's the thing they announced in Duo. So we could totally simultaneously do that. That sounds pretty amazing. So half like put in my little time with Japanese and then hit that up. That's their next biggest thing. I'm so interested. Yeah, I'm so interested in how they're gonna teach it. I was talking to Tommy that there are a lot of things like language that you learn intuitively, right? When you were young. So like you can speak certain languages, but you can be completely illiterate. I feel music is the other thing. Music is definitely the other thing. So people sing, play music, like write songs and stuff, but they're not musically literate. As in, if you didn't have your voice and you couldn't do it on the spot, how can you transfer that knowledge to someone else? And if that's what they're going for, that's pretty cool. That you can run parallels between language and music. Oftentimes you're like, oh yeah, you know that song, what it sounds like, and you need to like be able to hum it and stuff. Technically, you could write it on a piece of paper and show it to another person, but neither person, you know, it's very rare that either person, like both parties, are able to musically read what the heck the sound is. So if they're trying to solve that, I think that's really cool. That's something that's an untapped potential. I'm sure it's going to draw music critics everywhere, so more fire for Duo. But it would be a great fun little gamified version to try to encourage musical literacy. I don't know how much I remember. I still remember my like major scales, major scales, minor scales. I have no idea the bottom, like the bottom register, like basses and stuff, but I still am pretty clear on my treble side from my violin days. You've learned a lot from listening to anime intros? Interesting. I'm curious if they're gonna put in something like that. You can't read bass clef? I can't read bass clef at all. Like, I have no idea. I know what a bass clef looks like the bottom region, but it's always been treble for me. So I've been in the treble side the whole time. Oh, you're a trumpet? Yeah, I know you're a trumpet. I'm gonna put you in the storage locker. I can trumpet. You're a trumpet. That's like a phrase that you would I feel like I'm a trumpet is kind of a phrase that I might accidentally say in Japanese. Like, go up to a Japanese person and say, I'm a violin. It's like, you're a what? Like, I'm a violin. Okay, I gotta finish these. I totally didn't do as much as I wanted to today, but there was so many good discussions. I also talked to another kid who another person who feels like they're trying to still find their way and they're about to graduate university. That's awesome. Hopefully that person's happy. Graduating like from anything is rewarding and ambivalent at the same time. Like when you graduate from high school, it's the singly one of the great moment and scary moment. It's like filled with ambivalence when you graduate from high school. Then when you graduate from a university, it's still very ambivalent. Like, you end a chapter and you begin a new chapter. And I honestly don't believe that there is some person who was born ready for those chapters. Oftentimes it's like a learning process, right? It's a life experience process. Ashley was saying they basically just got into middle school, by the way. I know. So I'm a little worried, but I'm gonna trust you, Indy. Technically, I was a little worried that maybe, I don't know how Asterix got on this. I don't know if you get a warning or anything, but genuinely, I feel very uncomfortable when people are really young, right? Really young, because you know what the platform's like, right? The internet is, I mean, I'm not speaking for my if I were to speak for myself, sometimes stuff that I say may be construed as inappropriate, or maybe too soon is another example. Too soon. So hopefully at least we aren't a dubious influence, right? But I absolutely love it. I love that perhaps there's a place where you can practice using your language, right? But that's probably the youngest so far. The age limitation on Twitch is 13 with the guardian, at least a guardian supervision, right? So that would be 13. Yeah, it's a language learning stream. It's awesome. Like, I don't even have the Japanese to be in middle school. It's pretty clear that I can't even say anything that can resonate with a middle school student. But that's okay. Like, I actually, that's what makes it fun, right? That's what makes it fun. I legitimately, everything I wanted to say, I was like, how do you say this? And it's not because I didn't try, it's I literally don't know what that word is. Like, how do you say this? Well, can't say that. And here's one problem. One problem that I've encountered. Being a very well-spoken person doesn't do you any favors when learning a new language. Because oftentimes, the way you want to phrase something, I feel comes later. Like, much later. You know what I mean? Like, you have to get into the mindset, and I'm having trouble getting into the mindset of how do I say this as a basic pep? You know, like, how do I say I feel like me too? Like, you have to think about the basic ideas, and it's really terrible. And I also think that I was feeling a little uncomfortable because the words I use are kind of bad, right? You have to go back to basics. I basically try to avoid saying words like empathy, resonance, coincidental. Like I those words would be so inappropriate. And all I wanted to say was me too. Wait, actually, how you say me too? Did Asterix tell you how to say me too? Like, we feel the same, or like I felt the same. I don't know how to say that. I would love to know how to say me too. I think me too is good enough, right? Oh, and that one phrase you said about your English is good, that's pretty good. It's funny because I already know how. Me too. Anata. I do? Think about it. Me too. Watashi. Me also? Oh. Did I say like mo? Watashi mo? Did I say watashi mo? Oh, it is? Oh, watashi mo works? Oh, dang. Oh, that's good. That's good. You're right. You're right. Watashimo does work. Watashimo. Okay, well, I don't have to remember that. We're gonna have to put that in the pocket. Yeah, Watashimo. Oh my gosh, heckin' Motown. Okay. Okay. Alright, alright, good, good. Good. Some useful phrases. Okay. Okay. Watashi is I or me. Yeah, yeah. I couldn't figure out what the also. I was like, wait, also. Why do I also feel like I should remember what also is? And then for a moment, I'm like, oh no, it's the mo. Watashi mo. Watashi mo. Mo more. No more. No more. Guys, no more. Okay. I gotta finish this unit here. Or this section. Juji goro hiru gohan wo skurimasu. Oh man. There's so the part you don't know is I feel the same. Yeah, the part, yeah, I feel the same. So if I were to break it up, right, I feel the same. So same would be, so how do you say same? And then it would be like same, all, feel, mas. Same, all, feel, mas. That's all I got. Whatever feeling is and whatever same means. Oh, could you do the... No, you probably can't. I thought you might be able to like make an equivalent or something. Like my feelings equal your feelings kind of thing. So you would use feelings and you just equate them. Like my feeling is your feelings, or like our feelings are the same. Instead, you could reword it and say our feelings are the same. Although it still involves saying the same. It still involves like the idea of how to say same. It's a lot more passive. Okay, let's see. I skurimasu. I make lunch. Goro 10 o'clock. 10時頃昼ご飯を作ります。I sometimes watch drama around 4 o'clock. 時々4時に4時 Oh, 4時頃ドラマを見ます。I swim at 4 o'clock every day. There are so many predicates I don't know right now. I haven't sorted them out in my head. We had so many discussions today that all of it is just slothing off of me right now. So let me try to bank some of them. So, 作ります。シャワーを浴びます。走ります。There's one more somewhere. And then tabemasu got the kanji, and nomimasu got the kanji. I think that's it for today. It wasn't too much. And then this is oyogimasu, which that was 2 days ago. 毎日 I am passively learning vocabulary on the side, by the way. Although still requires a lot more context. 毎日4時に One thing I'm really prepared for soon is I like speaking. Speaking slows a lot of things down, obviously, but I won't like the idea of utilizing my voice as much as possible. 毎日4時に泳ぎます。I make breakfast around 8:30 every day. I've never, oh man, it feels so weird, but it feels so invigorating to be in a position that I haven't ever been in, which I've never spoken to someone who speaks a foreign language that young. That's so weird. And now I just kind of want to spend the whole evening figuring out how I can like farm the opportunity to figure out how I could rapidly get more involved. It's so invigorating.
毎日
Mainichi, it's so invigorating that it's distracting me. Yeah, I hope they come back. You showed up you returned in such a coincidental fashion, and I hope Lotus is gonna be around sometime. I would love to see the interaction between you, Lotus, and Asterix. I just want to read more of your conversations. Just third party bump the conversations. Who needs AI conversations when you can just have actual conversations? You know? With all the errors of human judgment. Mainichi. It is something else. My alternative was I was gonna do synthetic conversations back and forth. And I was gonna speak synthetic conversations. I don't have plans for that until another 6 months. It at the earliest would be 6 months. But it's gonna be like a year before I start holding synthetic conversations. I have that all planned out, just these things take time. Having someone else involved makes me a little bit I place more pressure on myself. So right now it's been easygoing. Like I'm ahead of my schedule, I've met a lot of my goals, and everything's pretty comfortable, so I'm in no hurry. However, I do like the hustle bustle of feeling that there's extra weight. It goes without saying that while I feel like I do try pretty hard, I suppose, nothing, in my opinion, just for myself, nothing compares to the weight of someone else or indirectly impacting someone else. I think I would bend over backwards easily to rise to an occasion when I have an opportunity, right? That's kind of like stepping into the classroom in a first year college course, right? Freshman college course. You just want to bend over backwards and shatter their world. Not in a bad way, like open their minds, right? Especially when it's your job to do so. It's so exhilarating. It's also incredibly exhausting, and that's why I burn like Icarus slamming into the sun. But it's the one really awesome passion that I have. When I see someone down, it only makes me even more invigorated to, if they need to learn something, if they need to get from point A to point B, it feels like a challenge of a lifetime. I love those type of challenges, for better or for worse. Like what I mean is I don't always succeed. Usually though, the people involved, if our heart's in it, that sounds so cheesy, like an anime, right? If both parties are in it for the long haul, magic happens. Okay. 毎日
8時
8時
半
半頃朝ごはんを this one's the 作ります make, right? Okay. 頃朝ごはんを
作ります。
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not even close. Oh no. Today has been a long day. I thought I was on lesson 4 so that I can do one more. Oh boy, oh boy, I slacked off like a madman today. We'll make it up tomorrow. Out of control today. Absolutely out of control. It was phenomenal, but out of control. What did I do? I did 6 lessons. Oops. Lessons do slow. Yeah. I've already slowed down. Quite a bit. Although today I do have to admit, I got a chance to talk to various people. This time it wasn't Mouse. So today it wasn't a digression with Mouse. It was with someone else. I think it's the person's name was Kaname. I hope it sounded like the person was kind of down. So oftentimes when I hear people say they're bored, that's like a trigger word for me. I've said this before. If there's any way to trigger me into being curious, is when someone comes by and say, yeah, life's boring. What's the point? And I break out my stick. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, kids. I break out my figurative verbal stick and try to light a fire under their butt. Not maybe more of a nurturing manner. I don't like seeing at least people younger than me. I mean, I am getting older, so I might back up when you're like 30 or something. I'm looking at you, Indy. I might be okay with 30 people lazing around, but when you're in your 20s and you're in your teens, no room for, in my opinion, no room to feel like your life is boring. You're too young. I can't sit by idly accepting that someone has come to a state of mind where people don't give them enough feedback that their life is meant for events and like aspirations and goals. Yeah, you're growing up too fast in a really weird way to be like, yeah, I'm just... Although I did find out that Tommy's older than me, so that's perfectly fine. I think I will not challenge seniority as per the Japanese culture would dictate. I have a finer time accepting those who are older than me now, who are very comfortable in their life, to be a little bit uneventful about their life. But anyone younger than me, it's hard for me to... It's a hard pill to swallow if someone says their life is boring and they don't know what to do with their time. Right? It's ironic because I wouldn't know all the people that are using their time, because Twitch streaming is kind of the paradox, right? If they're here talking to you, then they clearly are doing something with their time that isn't necessarily the most eventful. So at least I make an attempt to make it be about them, I hope. Just the ones that are feeling really give me the red flags. If you're happy and you're like constantly saying things, nah, that's no room for worry. It's a different thing when someone says, ask red flag questions like, how do I get into something that I enjoy doing or want to do? That's a red flag. If I walk around and I hear someone say, I want to do this, and their first question they're doing is they're asking advice from others on how to get into something they want to do, that is scary. As in, oftentimes you don't expect healthy people to have problems getting into what they want to do. It's often a question of getting them to do things they have to do. Those are like the challenges, right? The passive challenges of life, where you have to make money, develop a career, or something like that. Those are usually, that's understandable, that you might be a little cold feet and have insecurities. But when you're going around talking about, I like this thing and I don't know how to start on a hobby or something that is supposed to help you feel nice about your life, and you're having troubles with that, that's pretty alarming. I mean, I could see it in a society where they pride on career and stuff. Like, my parents practically have lost a lot of the ability to enjoy the rest of their lives because of that type of thing. I'm not a fan of. A lot of times I become a lot more distracted by people's language when they're expressing certain things, and I'm usually the guy that's reading between the lines a lot of times. Healthy people, nah. I don't read between the lines with healthy people. That's people who are opinionated, self-motivated. They contribute whenever they feel like. They don't have swaying moods, right? There's no swaying moods. Character is very resilient. It's more the people who become immediately defensive, have a sudden urge for affirmation, as in they try very quickly to impress someone, especially a stranger, right? Like affirmation seeking. There's plenty of red flags. I would say if you check off 3 or 4 red flags with me, I would probably be more inclined to get distracted and ask things about that person. I just feel like these individuals are individuals who might not be aware of how neglected they are of themselves. So oftentimes it's tied with a lack of self-love, even self-awareness, and sometimes just asking the questions is sufficient to get them feeling a little bit more important. It often supposed to be the role of like a friend or a family member, someone close by, but oftentimes you do find that people go to online for a point of affirmation that isn't readily available in their immediate environment, right? And it's nice to see them bounce as well. So it's always nice to see if you're able to at least lit a little fire in their souls. World is kind of brutal in that way at this point, and the internet doesn't make it any less pressure to be placed on a young person to excel in leaps and bounds. I can't even imagine what that's like to live in the world, the post-internet world, where most of my generation either already made it or are complacent now, like they're fine. Meanwhile, you have the new gen that is always compared to the internet. I say the internet isn't really a place to escape anymore because people are too comfortable being I'm gonna use the word being complacent. So they're too comfortable in being complacent. Either you made it and they're complacent about their position and are less concerned about future generation, or a lot of times it's opportunistic behavior, right? If you're successful and you're using the internet, you continue to be successful. When you come to the internet, you become targets of opportunistic behavior now, right? Because the internet has become very opportunistic. It's the sharks hope to get more prey, right? Like, if you're successful and you have the ability to be successful, you didn't have the internet to make you successful. I know that's a hot topic. That's a hot take. It's not that internet anymore. It's not a internet where you like, it's kind of like a gold rush, so to speak. Like, if we were going to use like an analogy to some sort of historical thing that's predates the internet. It was a gold mine. Like, the internet was a time of lots of opportunities, right? The founder effect. There's lots of founder effects around. Just the internet, with the maturation of the internet, generally speaking, now the skills that allow one to utilize the internet and escape safely without entering a vicious cycle of envy and lack of self-doubt, increasing self-doubt and lack of self-confidence, is often now developed outside of the internet, because you can really fall victim. I don't know regulations and moderations and stuff. These are things that are floating around on the internet now about moderation, how to promote, like, isolate specific places where people can look for escapism and comfort, and also, while escaping, not become dependent on it, and allow them to develop independence while finding escapism. Instead, a lot of times you basically find systems that prey on the need to escape with no incentive to promote maturation of those people, because you want to maintain their dependency as opposed to create independence. So it's not, hey, I can help you out and let you do your thing. It's, buy my products or be here with me because I need your resources. Like, I want your resources. But these people will feel like they need that service, as opposed to wanting that service but quitting at any time because they take what they need and eventually they move on. So most services on the internet, even the way people make money and stuff, it has become very business oriented. So you become impersonal. It's business, it's not personal, right? So there's no necessarily any moral stand. There's dubious moral standings. However, it's not with intent of malicious harm. You can't control how dependent people become. So the internet is not in the business, at least I feel most people, is not in the business of concerning about how they create independence in others. It's about how to get your own independence. So it's a constant struggle to create your own independence while possibly affecting other people's lifestyles. And more, I find myself saying less and less about finding support on the internet progressively these days, and finding support in a more recluse support systems. Maybe even, dare I say, go outside into social gatherings of common interest now, as opposed to the internet. Because if you find that you're statistically likely to bump into someone readily in your local area that has a community like that, I would say there's a higher success rate in forming healthy relationships, not like in any type, than on the internet, where it's incredibly difficult to determine if that person is largely concerned about their own career, their business and stuff, and just having a parasocial relationship with everyone, right? Like, for me, what I offer as advice is always in the context that if you have a friend or family member, or you're willing to find people who are far more accessible than some stranger on the internet who you probably don't even know what the schedules are and whatnot, that'll probably be your go-to. For the time being, though, some advice that encourages someone to take care of themselves and think about how hard things are not as hard as you think, and the things you want shouldn't be hard. I think today was one of those moments where I do feel there's a person who wants to do something and enjoy something, and they found it hard to start. And that is rough. When you're starting to ask your questions why you don't even want to start something that you enjoy or find interest in, then everything else needs to take a back seat. Generally, the easiest thing you find are the things you can indulge in. So if you're having problems doing that, that's a very red flag. It's a really big red flag. Anyways, then we have some great ones, right? I hope our learning sessions will become... I'm willing to sacrifice all progress of my Japanese Duolingo goals just so that I can read more Japanese conversations. It's too soon. It's too soon, I would say. Arguably it's too soon, but I'm all for it, right? I trip, I stumble. It's all good. That's what the journey is about. It's all, at least for me, it's always about the journey. All right, that wraps up day 31. Day 31. Yeah, I'll probably edit that part out and pop it onto the queue. And tomorrow, my goal is this, and maybe some of this. We're gonna try to focus tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna try to focus tomorrow. A little bit. A wee bit. Alright, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. As always, feel free to share. Talks amongst yourself. If you guys can talk in Japanese, that's awesome too. I feel even more motivated to try to learn in an accelerated pace, to just eavesdrop and partake in the conversation. I do have to remember that I have to speak it orally as opposed to typing it. So that might be okay in the future. Alright, as always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, right? Definitely go out and find something weird about your day that you hyper notice and come back and share it with me. You know, like, what kind of song did you sing, Indie, with the other streamer? You know, that might be kind of nice, and I could feel a little involved. I'm just kidding. Don't worry about that. Or you do. You're going back in the storage locker. All right. Until next time, as always, また明日。じゃあね。